Hello, everyone, and welcome. My name is Ren. My pronouns are they, them. And welcome to Mimics and Misfits for this very exciting actual play debut of Gilmoril. I am here with some super amazing people that I'm going to be introducing in a moment, but I want to start by thanking you for being here. Gilmoril Technogothic Nightmare is this super cool game. It is Bloodborne meets The Witcher, and I am completely abnormal about it. Um, you can find information on what that is and more details about it from the backer kit. Um, it is not exclamation backer kit. Is that the one? Did I get it right? Hey, I did it. So you can take a look at it there. We do have a bit of an announcement, but before I do that, I want to do something that's far more important. And I want to introduce you to my super amazing cast. I will go ahead and I will start. My name is Ren. My pronouns are they, them. I'm a TTRPG and LARP game writer, designer, player, and professional DM at cons that might be coming to a con near you, maybe. Um, and I'm super excited about this game. We will go ahead and we will start in, we'll go this way. Is that the right way? No, it's this way. And we'll go to Brittany first.
Hi, I'm Brittany. I'm a professional participant in Ren's APs whenever they allow me to. So it's nice. It's good to be here.
Thank you so much. And what are your pronouns?
Oh, she, her.
Thank you, thank you. And next, Diamond.
I'm Madness Diamond, but since we're friends now, you can call me Diamond. I use they she pronouns, they because it's correct, she because I refused to correct my mother more than once. And I'm everywhere in the AP space, usually behind the scenes, so you actually get to see my lovely face this time.
Literally everywhere. When I say that Diamond is the hardest working them in the AP space, I mean that shit. Mean that. Um, Next up, we're gonna meet Ricci.
Hi, I'm Ricci. My pronouns are she, her. I am a longtime LARP and tabletop writer, player, runner, chaos madness wrangler, but this is my first time actually on an AP, so we're joining a whole new world of fun. And I'm so excited to join Ren on and all these lovely femmes and thems on this new adventure.
It is very exciting to be. I think this is actually my first Fem and Thems game, and I'm feeling very gender complimentary. All right, Cap'n, you're up.
Hello, I am Joan. Pronouns are she, her. I love my pirate vibe, so I just decided to why not. I've been playing D&D for since college, and once I met Ren at PAX Unplugged, I was like, I need to get into more of their games. So, and then I was lucky enough to get into this AP. So very excited, very happy, and very honored.
Lucky. Y'all don't even know how excited I was to have y'all. So like, don't pretend like that is one directional here. I'm very glad that you're here. And speaking of people, I'm very glad who was here. Joan, you're up. Nope, Joan went. Gwen, brain work, please.
Hi
Join
everyone, my
again.
name's Guinevere. I just go by Gwen. My pronouns are she, they. I prefer she, but I don't care if I get they'd. I have played D&D since I was in high school, like 17 years ago. And since then I have dabbled in D&D and tons of other tabletops regularly. I'm a huge RPG nerd. I've loved Final Fantasy and pretty much any other RPG you can think of. I like Joan. I joined Joan with Ren at PAX Unplugged this last year for Eldritch Automata and had a blast. So I got really excited when I heard Bloodborne and Witcher because I love Bloodborne. And this is my first actual play, and I'm super excited to be here.
Thank you all so much. I get the absolute pleasure of making a world announcement for the official backer kit. Today we are going to be playing a first part of a three-part adventure that will be released for every physical copy of Gilmoril that comes out as part of the backer kit. The adventure path is called Redeem from All Lies. You can see that here. This really cool fucking cover art to the side of my face. Am I pointing in the wrong direction? I am pointing in the wrong
Other
direction.
side.
It's actually here. So it's that side. Yeah. Anyway, so if you like this, you're going to be seeing part of the game, and by that I mean that there's a lot here that these players will not see depending on what choices they make, and you can have access to all of them plus 2 more hunts as a result. So please, right now, if you have the opportunity, back this game. It's super fucking cool. And this AP, what we're gonna do is we might do things a little bit differently than some other APs. The players know probably about as much, maybe a little more, about the game and the system than you viewers do. We are going to jump in and they are going to be learning as the rest of you are. So you folks can see how the game works, how the game runs, so that you know whether or not it's for you. And hopefully it will be. And hopefully you'll buy a copy.
Or 2.
Wow.
Get one for your friends.
That's true. You can do that. There's actual
Friends-
tiers for that.
Personal experience. Friends love getting RPGs as gifts.
Mm-hmm.
Well, with that, we are going to go ahead and we are going to get started. When the sun rises over Mornwraith, the day has already begun for many. The aptly named Baker's Chime marks the beginning for many of its citizens. It is also the hour where most of the city is holding its breath, in the time of the Technocytes. While these attacks are not so virulent that they happen constantly, the fear of the brutality and death they bring permeates these hours as darkness slowly retreats with every hour that passes. And so our adventure begins at second chime. Players, something that we did not cover, in your digital player's guide that has all the information that you know as hunters, there is a clock mechanic in this game that are called the bells. So the bells are like any major city, kind of how the whole city revolves, or what the whole city revolves around. The first chime, being the baker's chime, is just before sunrise. The second chime being sunrise. And so now you folks are awakening on your day. We are going to start with the fabulous Lucy Quick. Lucy, what are you doing at this early morning hour?
I think I've been up for a bit. I think I've been up for a while trying to find the best place where I can be in a crowd. Where, if I can be a little mischievous, I can maybe see if something might go missing that might be of importance to somebody and I can return it for maybe a reward. Or if anybody needs anything.
I would imagine at this hour you've made your way, if you're not already up this far, at the Citadel District. The Citadel District lies just south of Bell's Pass, in the entrance to the city from that side called North Wall. The Citadel District is very much the ruling district. So you have, the courts and all of your politicians and other ne'er-do-wells getting up to things at this hour, as well as markets and things like that come up in this district. So the bakers have set up shop. They are baking the day's bread already. There are people who are out hawking goods and things of that nature. So tell me, like, what you were looking for as you're moving through this crowd.
I am looking for two things. First, I'm looking for any kind of press printing, newspaper, anything that has the goings on that someone has probably discarded from yesterday. Because it's a new day, which means a new one probably comes out, just depending on how common that kind of thing is. I'm just looking to see what the state of high society is today of all days while I'm passing time until I see a familiar face and or something shiny that catches my eye.
So there you're very easily able to get an old newspaper. And it seems all very run of the mill, nothing particularly exciting. Um, Politicians arguing about the best way to take care of the city. Um, the one thing that you do notice is there is an article about the wavering of faith in the old gods. It is, for you, it's not news, but it's something that the high society is finally now paying attention to. With the Technocytes, for those of you who don't know, are creatures of machine and flesh that come out in the night, often under the guise of old fairy tale creatures. Old nightmares that have been thought long extinguished come back in metal form. Um, in the old gods, including the full face god, um, it's not protecting them enough. It doesn't make them feel safe, and so they have been wandering um, from those faiths. This is not news to you, because you know that in Whitechapel, that church has turned over at least 3 times over the last 6 months from the full face god. But it does seem right to you that the politicians would finally and the newspapers would finally be paying attention to it now that it's 3 months old.
Mhm.
As you're reading over it, you see a runner. So in the Venerer orders, there are your hunters like yourself, but then there's also your support staff, and you see they're on the shorter side, long blonde hair, blue eyes, who wears a kind of a mask over her face just because of a nasty scar she received from a technocyte. And she looks around, but you can immediately tell she's looking for you because she's not looking through the crowd. She's looking on the fringes and the outsides. She's looking for the places where you know she'd find you.
Mhm.
You just happen to have seen her first.
I think Lucy has situated herself on top of probably a column of sorts that stairs would lead into, like a big building. And Lucy's just sitting on top of it, wearing the reading glasses with this newspaper, looks over this newspaper, sees the runner. It's like, oh, okay. And then just kind of, I want to try to use the hunter wild card where I can be silent and nearly imperceptible when moving. Because I want to sneak up on this runner.
So there's a funny thing about those wild cards. Those aren't things you have to try to do. Those are things you are naturally skilled at.
Fantastic.
That is your expertise. So you would actually have to try to be heard in a crowd more than not.
Yeah. Lucy is going to hop down from this column and kind of like a cat land, uh almost Spider-Man pose, but nobody knows what Spider-Man is in this universe. Um, to then just be low in the crowd. Lucy is shorter and younger, so it's very easy for her to just kind of sneak around and dodge footsteps. And while this runner is looking, Lucy is going to just appear in their eye line. Like the minute that they turn their head, Lucy's just standing there, uh, passing this newspaper from one hand to another, and then just bops them on the arm. Hiya.
There is a moment where you see this fellow Venator go out of look mode and into threat assessment mode, and you see a hand go to a rapier and a hand go into a coat, and then see you and go, jeez. Hi,
Hi.
you scared the shit out of me.
You didn't die, so I didn't do it good enough. So you're lucky.
She
And I'm
pulls-
lucky.
She pulls out a little it's a little wooden kind of tube that you can unseal on one end and hands it to you. Whitechapel, third chime.
All right. Trades these, and then is going to just trade the newspaper for the tube.
You see her turn and walk away, and you see that someone has like some somewhat look like important papers tucked under their arms, and you see this runner walk past them as they disappear into the crowd, and that person now has the newspaper under their arm.
Ah, love a blonde who knows about work. Chapel time. And then Lucy is on their way.
Excellent. Next, we're gonna go to Locke.
I think Locke is doing what she probably spends a lot of early mornings doing, which is looking for someone not from the area who maybe looks like they don't really know what's going on and might have a gun that she can get her hands on. It hasn't been successful yet, but that's not going to stop her from trying.
I would like you. So we're actually gonna do our first die roll of the game, and we're gonna do a luck roll. So, the way that Gilmoril does narrative things like this is, you roll a d8, and each character and enemy has a luck stat. And so I'm going to roll 1d8. What is your luck stat?
That is a good question.
On the top left of the page,
Uh,
it's one of the 4 quadrants of odds, highs, lows, or evens.
Evens?
Evens.
I was looking for a number.
Very interesting. Yes, I've rolled twice. Yes, that means something. You as you are currently, if you're looking for people who are not from here, you would probably be headed over to I would say like wings is not the proper word. But the North Gate, you do not see nearly as much people ingressing into the city at this hour. You know that if you're looking for someone, you would generally want to be at the eastern or western gate. Today, since you've already tried your luck on the western gate yesterday, you are. Goodness, 1 second. The map is tiny. You are actually rather near the South Wall Street, just south of the entrance by the Sailor's Climb. It's actually in between 2 different entrances to the city. So you are far more likely to find the kind of person that you're looking for, particularly because Bellsport, the port into the city, is from that direction. And as a matter of fact, you see someone you were not expecting. Venerers, there are a lot of different jobs and roles, and we've covered 2, but the third is the keepers. These are the people who are responsible for traveling and getting as much information as they can so that the Venators can properly report, track, and hunt these terrible monsters. And you see an older looking gentleman who is wearing like, heavier black robes. They look like they're like traveling clothes, but you see a sign just under their right arm, um, of the keepers as they are trying to keep a lower profile moving through this crowd.
Okay. Um, but they're kind of the keepers are kind of we're kind of in the same system,
Well, you are, but that
but not really.
well, you definitely are, but also like if it's a situation where they might have extra gear because they're not traveling anymore, they might just let you have it versus having to steal it.
Okay, I think I'm gonna go up to them, and I think Locke has kind of like she's wearing clothes that look like they were nice at one point and are now a total mess, and so she's going to kind of lean into that and be like, "Oh my gosh, excuse me, sir. I I woke up and all of my things were gone. Um, do you have extra? I just haven't been able to make it back to the Venerers yet. Do you have any extra weapons or things that I could compensate you later? I need something for right now."
When they look to you, they don't look at you. They look through you in a way that is distressing. Um, Lock, right?
Yeah. Yes.
And they hand you a wooden sealed container. Runner was looking for you. I let them know that they could go on ahead to the others. I would find you personally.
Great. Amazing. Thank you so much. Can I just kind of take a peek at what this is?
As they go to do that, they put a hand on your hand and they hand you a bag. And they say, "Third chime, Whitechapel." And they they smile very warmly and they say, "I have heard of your work. And you need to know that you are well loved among the keepers." As you go to look in the bag and you look up, they are just fucking gone. Uh,
Amazing. That's
and
the reputation that I wanted.
in it, you find a hunting pistol.
All right. Okay.
It seems they have lead balls for ammunition. I will send you the details later, and I will explain what those do when you try to shoot something with it.
Amazing.
I DM'd you the details in Discord.
Okay, great. Yeah, I mean, I think that's a huge win. So she will also start heading towards Whitechapel. But
X.
I think she's also like kind of she's not thrilled about whatever this interaction just was. So kind of being subtle heading to Whitechapel.
There's like you've met a bunch of keepers before. This was a very like this doesn't just feel odd as a player experiencing it. As Locke, you're like, sure, what the fuck?
Great, amazing.
Great, amazing, thanks.
I'm glad that you said that you like me because I'm a little concerned what it might mean otherwise.
I don't love that you even know who I am.
Especially for Locke, because like your stock in trade is being unnoticed, and so this person just knowing exactly who you are, it's like, okay, fuck you. I do not like this.
Yeah, yeah.
Your reputation precedes you. My what?
I don't want one of those.
I have one of those. I don't want it.
No, thank you.
Take it away.
We are gonna make our way over to Dame Rivers. What are you up to this morning at sunrise?
At sunrise, I imagine Dame Rivers is probably I think she's got a habit of tools are really important to her. She thinks they're more important than almost anything else that you can have on hand. So she's probably doing like morning cleaning and maintenance of her cannon and her different tools and things like that.
That makes perfect sense. You have a an apartment down by Choir Road. It's kind of it's the district between Rose Chapel and the thoroughfare lanes and Choir Hall, which is a bit further south. It's a nice quiet neighborhood. This is definitely more the like where people keep families and that kind of air. Where do you do this maintenance? Is it like a kitchen table maintenance type of situation? Are you like on a balcony?
I think she would probably be doing it out on I think the balcony. Make sure there's like fresh air and nothing gets stuffed up or stuck inside the room or stink anything up like that.
As you're up there, Venerers are a fixture in this city. When Venators travel or where Venators are, people notice. For a number of reasons. You know, Venerers tend to be people who will help people out if they need it. But additionally, Venators in packs are signs of danger. But here in your neighborhood, like you see, you know, people get up and they start going, they wave to you as they go by, and you know, it's a very warm community um, environment. And then you see coming down the road, you see the sun glimmer off of their silver hair before you actually get a read on their face, but you already know who it is. It is a runner by the name of Samwell, a heavier set, very gregarious Venerer runner who, like, as they turn the corner, they are certain that you've seen them, and they wave. You're not sure if they know that you're there or if they're just assuming. And you're also unsure if he waves every time he gets there, whether you're there or not. Just betting that you will be seen. As he kind of gets within earshot, he yells, "How are you?"
Dame is actually going to just stay focused on her current task and just pretend she doesn't hear him.
It gets a little bit closer. Venator Rivers!
Just gonna keep on it.
What light through yonder gunfire breaks? It
Oh,
is the
sorry.
east.
I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you.
I got this for you. And he tosses up to the balcony one of those same containers. You got about half a chime until they need you at Whitechapel. Better get a move on.
I know. I'm just gonna wave him away. And then check out the container that was given to me.
Excellent. I will, once everyone is on their way, I will read what you find. But I assume you read through it and then you head.
Yeah. Finish up with my weapon and then head out.
Excellent. Let's head over to Fletcher. What are you up to this morning?
Well, we've been pulling a little bit of an all-nighter. We've been in one of the many charred husk houses in the neighborhood. And we say we because I'm with my BFF. We are working on some brand new alchemical dips for our ammunition. So we've been, obviously we pick a house for the day that's probably sturdy enough if something explodes. But if not, I mean, it's abandoned, so whatever. But we've been just up all night, kind of experimenting with new things, finding some cool new effects. This is fine. This is fine. I feel good.
So you're up by Minor Street, which is close to the North Road, which kind of leads out into off into the northwest of the city. In Minor Street, it's a rougher area. There are houses that are condemned because there's a lot of we'll say industry that can sometimes cause undue damage to nearby buildings, and so this has kind of become your favorite haunt. As you're kind of going through it, what is your BFF's name?
Oh, you mean old no friends? No friends McGraw and I are just hanging out in the basement of one of these little abandoned areas, and we're cooking. We've been cooking all night.
We have to cook.
We have to cook.
Sorry. Nigel is, is like the basement is kind of separated into a couple of different rooms. And so Nigel is like you hear like the like bubbling and shuffling, and then you hear like moments of silence, and then ah I'm awake. All right. What time is it? Shit.
Just past first chime.
That was first chime?
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so tired. Then you hear a voice you don't recognize. I would be too if I was awake all night. The voice is very close to you. You turn around and the constable is there. The constable is not, for anyone who is concerned, not an actual cop. That is the alias they now go by. They were a member of the Silver Guard who quit because they actually wanted to help people and figured that would be a better route to go down. And so they have a hood that's kind of pulled down over the top of their face, and they're kind of standing in a corner in the dark or farming as they are like to do.
Hey, buddy. I thought you were a hallucination, but you're real. How you doing? Good morning.
I still might be.
Ooh. I go up to him and I just start kind of like waving at him to make sure he's solid.
He is like very chiseled, very strong build. And they kind of like gently take your hand and they put one of the wooden things in it.
Ooh.
I've been looking for you for a while now. There's a lot of houses in this neighborhood you could have been hiding in.
Oh. Well, yeah. Why did you find me?
They believe there might have been an explosion in Whitechapel. They want you to take a look.
I didn't do it. I've been here, blowing
They
up
don't-
these houses.
They don't.
Let me look at this. I'm gonna open it up.
They kind of like pick you up. And they go, no. You need to go. And it like starts to like.
But
like,
I've got volatile stuff on the hob right now. I can't just go.
You have to go.
I have to go.
They're not saying you caused an explosion. There has been some sort of explosion, and they need to figure out what happened.
Ooh.
You need to figure out what happened.
Oh. Oh yes. Buddy, you got this? You clean this up? I have work to do.
Yeah, sure. And you hear what sounds like Nigel just throwing everything off of the table onto the floor in their room. And they walk out and go, yeah, I got it. And the constable gives Nigel this withering look, and Nigel just immediately dips back in the room, goes, "See you later." The hand kind of like out the door, and then just stays hiding in there. And then after like a minute goes, "You still there?" And the constable's like, "Yes. Yes, I am." And then the
Meanwhile,
constable heads upstairs.
I'm like strapping my quivers on. I'm like, yep, that one, that one. All right, let's go. I made some, well, I don't know what it is, but it perked me up, so you could try some. Enjoy. And off I go.
Last but most certainly not least, Walt. What are you doing this morning?
I think Walt accidentally cut herself while sharpening her knife last night. Decided not to go to the doctor's until the morning because she knows he hates the mornings. And just to spite him, she'll go in the morning and just bother him, like almost be there before he gets there. Not to because she knows she needs to wrap this thing up safely, but also she just hates him. She hates going to the doctor. She hates being at the doctor's, and she wants this over as quickly as possible and knows if he hates the mornings, he's gonna want he's gonna want her out of there immediately.
Awesome. So you are standing outside Dr. Thames. It is a barber, butcher, surgeon shop. And so it's been open for, like, not officially open, but you can hear Dr. Thames inside cutting up sections of meat, and probably has been for like 40 minutes. By the time they look out the window and they go, "Can't knock? Are you just gonna stand out there?"
She'll start to walk in and just knock on the door with the butt end of her axe.
Um,
Is that
as you
better?
do that, you tap the glass and you hear it just cracks ever so slightly. Um, and the doctor just looks at you, like is dressed in a butcher's smock, cleaver in hand. There's like a side of pork in front of him, just wham, just slams the cleaver into the wood so it sticks up and goes, "What'd you
It,
do?"
first of all, that was like that. Second of all, sharpening my axe a bit hard and accidentally cut a bit of my arm. Can you take a look?
They they don't bother like taking the smock off.
Mm-hmm.
They walk around. They have like a little tool case and they sit it on the counter. They take a look and this is what you did with that thing accidentally? Jesus Christ. And just starts like takes out and starts caring for your hand. I'm not going to get into the details.
Mm-hmm.
But starts stitching up and taking care of your hand and goes, "I would hate to see what you do to something when you mean to hit it with that."
Yeah. Yeah. It's quite nasty.
Uh, After a few minutes, there's another knock at the door, and a person probably around like 5'7", dark black clothes, white bird mask, goggles, and a hat, kind of walks in and goes, "Knock, knock."
Is that the Birdman?
It is Whitebeak.
I just assume she calls him Birdman.
Ah, Walt, hello. How are you this morning?
Good, getting stitched up, doing okay.
Ah, excellent. Dr. Thames, how are you doing today? Oh, it was better before Walt got here. Oh, come now. And Whitebeak walks over and just gently puts a hand right on the doctor's forehead and just rests it there and goes, "Oh, it can't be that bad." And The doctor just looks up from their work and just looks at Whitebeak, whose head just kind of, and then removes their hand. Goes, Walt, this is for you, and hands you a similarly sealed container. They were looking for you at your apartment, and they were shouting rather loudly. So I figured as I was walking by, I would follow the trail of blood that led me here.
That was smart.
I tried.
Thank you. Thank you. And she'll take the box with the one hand while her other hand's being stitched up. Arm.
Whitebeak turns and looks over the meats and does one of these and takes a side of pork, drops it into a bag, and goes, "Have a wonderful day, Dr. Aren't you gonna pay for it?" And Whitebeak is gone. Whitebeak has just left. The doctor finishes taking care of your hand and goes, "Be more careful with that, yeah?"
Sure. And she'll just also start to leave.
Excellent. As you folks head out, you all take a moment and read through the note that you've received. The news is what you are expecting, but not what you are happy to hear. There's been a murder near Whitechapel, a possible technocyte. Head to the Chapel of the Blackened Pane and meet with Mixed Superior Sliver Blackburn, the head of the church. The victim is one of their clergymen. The local Silver Guard have been told to hold back until our investigation is complete. Find the cause, and if it is not human in nature, deal with it quickly. On it, there is a list of all of the people who are involved. So you all, reading through the names, know each other by reputation to a degree. The Venerer's Lodge is mighty, but not the largest order. So you all have worked with one another at one time or another. You arrive at Whitechapel. And the church itself comes into view. And you are all very familiar with this building. Whitechapel is as old as the city itself. It towers over you. Its ornate arabesque inlays create a beautiful facade that strikes a stunning juxtaposition to the long black banners that runs down the length of each slender tower at the four corners of the massive church. Above the double doors, you see a wooden sign that has been painted over in black. A separate wooden sign sits propped up against the wall. The Chapel of the Blackened Pane. As you folks start to approach, you all see this. None of you have heard of this church before. You've heard of this building, you know of this place, but the Church of the Blackened Pane is news to you. And you all see a member of the church kind of standing out front, looking around, clearly waiting for you.
So, the first thing I'm interested in is because there was discussion of an explosion. Um, I I just want to look at the area. I just want to understand was was there something planned? Was this like does the area even look unsettled? Does it look like anything happened?
There's a lot of things about this place that is unsettling to you. Nothing about it looks like it was recently exploded.
Hmm.
So this church is normally a place that is very warm, that is, even when as other religious orders have come through, there have always kept, like, some of them kept some of the old banners that used to hang down from the top of the towers with, like, beautiful art and things like that. And that all has been replaced with these just solid black banners. but you don't notice any damage here. It is rather sparse, but it's also very early morning. And so these areas are not necessarily well traveled until a little later in the day.
I guess Walt will walk up and just be like, "This is new."
She kind of she steps forward and are you one of the Venerers?
Yes, I am Walt.
Excellent. And like starts to like look at the other people that I'm like, oh, you must be who I'm looking for. Hi. I'm Luisa. Luisa Jimenez. I'm a sister here at the church. She's about average height, brown hair pulled into a bun. She's wearing vestments of the church, which are white robes with wide black panels that run down the center and both arms. Um, Yeah, Mick Superior is expecting you and can be found in the rectory, kind of through the chapel, doors on the right, but behind the altar.
Okay. So
All right.
this is
I'll go with you. Let's go.
Thank
As
you
we're
for the
walking
information.
as we're walking away. Walt's just gonna be like, they didn't answer my question.
No, they did not.
Um, this sanctuary itself has always remained more or less the same out of respect for the church's long history. You could find images from throughout that history, icons of the full face god, gem etched into the stone, and appear in the stained glass windows that stretch from floor to ceiling. Symbols etched into wooden plaques on the walls in devotion to some long forgotten gods. Even the other newer churches added to these reveries instead of subtracting from them. You would be able to find statues of saints, deities, and aspects of all kinds. Today, the statues are missing. Long black curtains cover the windows on both sides of the room to hide the stained glass. Tapestries, paintings, placards, and inscription-bearing plinths are all covered in thick black paint that hides their details. The only icon that stands out is the once blank window high above the altar that bathed the room entirely in sunlight holds a simple single detail: a black halo, a U that ends in sharp points. Past the rows of pews, you see the door to the rectory. And on that note, we are coming up to a bit of a break. And so we're going to take a little bit of an extended break so that everyone kind of like get up, stretch your legs and arms. And we will go from there. All right, folks. I will like to remind everyone to please, if you are having fun, say something in chat. Tell your friends we're out here. And again, take a look at the Kickstarter for Gilmoril as well. And we'll be back probably in the next good 10 minutes or so. We'll see you then. Hello, and we are back. Thank you, folks, for dealing with that break that allows the Nat and family to continue to do this fine thing. Please, if you're not following this channel already, what are you eat? Oh, I'm not muted. Am I muted? Hello? Okay, sorry, everybody. Hello, we are back. Hand gestures again. Thank you, folks, for dealing with our quick little break there. Appreciate you.
No, I think it's still.
Okay, here we go. We're good.
Oh.
Thank you. So if one thing, if you are not already following Mimics and Misfits, what are you even doing? Please fix that. They are wonderful hosts, and I'll be back next week. That's a spoiler. We'll talk about that later. Right. So you folks are now in the Church of the Blackened Pane.
Has literally any of you heard of these guys before? Because, I mean...
Coming from Fletcher's left, it's just Lucy, just like, I don't know. I think they might be a little bit out of fashion.
Yeah, that's a word. Black and pain, though.
That
I
pain
mean-
is in like a window pane or is in like physical pain?
Pane, like a window pane.
I assumed, like the way that like when a house burns down and like the ash kind of goes up the side, it chars up, and then yeah, that's what I was figuring. But
Fair enough.
they sure do have an aesthetic. I'm sure this mixed superior is a very nice person.
I don't think anything used to be like this.
Yeah,
Just all overnight?
I haven't come up this way in a long time. I don't know.
I don't typically make my way over to the church.
I think the church
Uh,
prefers I don't make my way over to it.
I guess we
Who's going first? Not me.
Hello? Call out. Looking for someone.
You do not hear a direct response, but as you folks like start to enter, you do hear murmuring from behind the altar. There is a door to the rectory. And you hear like voices coming from behind that door.
Talking voices or cultish chanting voices?
That would be the latter, not the former.
Hey, people asked us to come here, so we can go again. It's just that you asked us to be here, so.
From behind you, you hear Sister Louisa go, Mick Superior is just head into the rectory, and they're waiting for you back there.
Yep.
All
Walt,
right. Will do.
Walt goes ahead and just is the first one to enter. Just because she's the biggest person there.
In the rectory, you find the members of church hard at work on a daily ritual. There are 4 printing presses that are set up with 4 members of the clergy standing around each of them. Beneath them, you see books that are laid flat with the pages up. One of the brothers is taking a roller of black ink and blacking an entire black of like flat plaque. Another is like praying as the other 2 wheel down the press, and it presses down and comes back up, and it blackens the pages entirely. And then they flip the pages to the next one. They are praying. One of the members of the church is walking through with incense and is throwing like sand down on the pages before they're turned, and they repeat the process.
Oh, it's the Church of the
them,
Blackened Page. We had it wrong.
behind them, you see who you easily assume is Mick's superior Blackburn. Even without their tall white hat with black lace embellishments, Sliver has a form that is long and spindly. The robes are similar to the rest of the members of the church, outside of shoulders which are puffed into orbs. And on instead of a black panel in front, there is a white panel with the same black halo from the image above the altar. They see you as you come in, and they wave for you to come back, and they step into what looks like an office in the back of the rectory.
Do you think they know they can just buy? You could just get black paper. This just seems kind of wasteful.
It really does. And if their intent is to like deface like the previous religious symbols, couldn't they just burn it?
While we're walking past them, can Lucy see any text on the page? Or are these blank books?
They are, you easily can. They are not trying to hide them from you in any way, shape, or form. They are definitely books that are fully printed. You see that there are boxes of them. Most of which, like you see like one that is mostly empty, and then the other, which it looks like you can see from like the side of the book, they've already been blackened.
Do you think I get stabbed if I interrupt this?
I think
should
it's a
I
bad
try?
choice. No.
Okay.
You'll get caught. I won't. You would. And then Lucy's gonna just hand on back of Fletcher, push towards door. Away
Hey.
from printing press.
This is a very sparse office. There is a table and an arrangement of 5 chairs. And behind the desk, a very sparse desk, is the Mick Superior, who's standing. Please come, have a seat. Thank you for coming on such short notice.
Of course, what seems to be the problem?
Apologies, it's a little difficult to talk about, but one of our brothers was found murdered this morning in their apartment. They were here for in the evenings. We host dinner and recreation for the unhoused in the area. The father, it was the brother, it was his ministry as part of the church, and so he was here late, making sure that everyone got out okay. But we were expecting him here in the morning for morning prayer, and when he never arrived, our sister Jimenez went to go and find him and found the apartment in a state. Some of our deacons have gone out and have done their best to make sure that no one goes into the apartment. Their orders are to not let anyone into the apartment, not let anyone disrupt the crime scene until the Venerer arrive. We just want to make sure that whatever did this is dealt with.
Sounds straightforward.
Um,
Nobody heard anything all night? Does he live far away from everyone else?
The apartment is a little bit into the community, so we didn't hear anything from here. I'm not sure about what the neighbors might have heard or what was heard in that area. I've been here tending to the needs of the church. He hands you a map. It's not far from the church. It's still within the Whitechapel area proper, but it is far enough away that no one, like, that it makes sense that people would have to go out and do it. It's not like right next door. Fletcher, you recognize that because everyone is familiar with the area to a degree. If there was a large explosion, people here would have heard it.
Yeah. So I was told that something blew up. Where does that come in?
From my understanding, the apartment received substantial damage. I am not sure what the details of that is.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Did they have any enemies? Were there any disgruntled members,
Anybody who doesn't like the church?
or this guy in particular?
The brother was very well loved here and by the community for their work with the unhoused and work with people in need. And it's an entire wing of the church's ministry that they created whole cloth. The church does have some detractors, but none that I would estimate would kill about it. They take a minute and they kind of look over all of you just for a bit longer than a standard pause and goes, as I'm sure you've noticed, our ways of doing things here are different than the community and people might be used to. Having detractors has been a result of our mission and people not being aligned to it, and that is something that I do not shy away from. But I don't necessarily believe that anyone who dislikes us would immediately try to kill us.
And your mission is...
Well, and Mick Superior stands and gestures the same as your mission. We believe that every one of us has the power of belief. And the more we believe in something, the stronger it becomes. Prayer, magic, worship, all of these things. So we believe that people who pour that energy into the magical creatures that the Venerer have world is what have brought forth the Technocytes. That is our belief. And so we take texts like these books that make fancy and fun and fair of those creatures, and we, using our ritual, destroy those texts. We seal that intent because we believe that that will help to reduce the amount of technocytes and eventually eradicate them. Now, we of course would not wish to step into what the Venerer do. We understand that you have your keeps and you have your knowledge, and we would never ask for that, but we believe that so long as people are making light and fancy of these things, the more dangerous it becomes for everyone. And so we are in our own way trying to do the same thing that you are.
Well, and what a lovely thought that is. Where are we headed?
And he gives you directions, just, out the church, down the way a bit, make your fourth left, and that will should put you at the apartment.
Down the way, fourth left. Got it.
Okay.
Anything else we should know?
Not that I can think of at this point, but if anything comes up that you think I should be aware of, I'll make myself available here all day today.
All right. Appreciate it.
Be safe.
As we're on our way to the
Ooh.
next destination, I just want Walt to just be like, so they're destroying books so that way people no longer believe in technocytes, but doesn't that make their belief in technocytes a lot more with doing this ritual?
Lucy has been kind of doing like this skip and sing song thing so people don't lose track of her. To make a point of like, I am with you, I am behind you. And Lucy has been basically humming or singing, we destroy the bodies, we destroy the plague, we destroy the techno plague, we destroy the monsters, we destroy the bodies, we destroy the physical, they destroy the mind, they destroy the knowledge, they black out the pages, and we put the knife in somebody's spine.
Did you just make
Yeah.
that up?
Of course I did.
Nice. That's catchy.
I mean, it's not like a holy chant or anything. If
It
you
could
just
be.
give it like 3 months, and then they'll change over to some other deity or some
Yeah.
other belief system. The one is getting fancy and caught on with all the noble people now. That's now out of fashion for like the not noble people. So they're behind on the trends, which is so weird. How long is the travel walk from the church to this apartment?
Just a few minutes. Does not take long. As you folks head into the community, that ends chapter 1. It begins chapter 2 of Ink. As you arrive at the apartments, fourth chime rings out across the city. The apartments around Whitechapel are situated so a small central courtyard serves as a communal central point in each of the neighborhoods. The usual peace that you would find here has been shattered well before sunrise and has rendered this place still. Any question about which apartment the incident happened in evaporates immediately. The side of the second-story apartment has a huge 7-foot wide hole in it, the wood splintering outward over the cobblestones below. Outside, there are members of the church in robes waiting for you. One standing by the front door of the apartments, and two standing in the area outside of the hole. A rope has been strung up between the buildings to block passage through the alley to the next block. The deacon at the front door immediately clocks you as Venerer and looks around to make sure there's like no one else who might try to get inside and comes over to you. About 5'6", heavy set, strong, wide build. You can see as he comes up smile lines on his face, although in this moment it is very far from him. Venerer, what can we do to help?
Fletcher is already gone. They're now examining the rubble and trying to look for evidence in there. So y'all have fun.
Yeah, I will let you know. But we just got here, so I think we'll let you know if something comes up that you can help with.
The other two deacons, since you are here, will be heading back to the church. I will remain here in the courtyard in case you need anything.
Understood. Do we have any idea of the time that this happened? Anybody who heard anything around the area? Anything from the neighbors?
When we got here, some of the neighbors were coming out, and they said that sometime before first chime. So between last chime and first chime. That's the most we were able to get. Whatever happened, it happened very quickly. And outside of the devastation that you see now, no one was able to give us much more. Loud banging, very loud sounds, nothing, no sign of whatever did this, however.
All right, well, nothing causes devastation like this and leaves nothing behind, so we'll let you know.
Thank you. Okay, so we have who is joining Fletcher and looking around outside, and who is going upstairs into the apartment. So apartment, hands up for apartment. Okay, we have 3 for the apartment. Oh wait, hold on. What? No, I'm missing one. Curses.
No.
Okay, so we have Fletcher, and is anyone else going outside?
Walt.
Fletcher, there you go, and Walt.
Yeah. Yeah.
Perfect.
Walt wants to look around to see if anything left any tracks. Like to escape the scene and whatnot.
Excellent. So, as everyone else goes inside, we will talk about what you find outside first. So, we're going to do some die rolls. Players are going to be rolling to inspect the area. So, in this game, die roll difficulty is handled by what is called size. So, I will give you a size of a roll. That's how many dice you roll. And I will tell you what kind of roll it is. Which would fit either artifice, mental, or physical. On your character sheet, there are die sizes, so D4, D6, D8, D10, D12. So you would roll as many dice equal to size. So in this case, it's going to be a size 3 mental roll. So you roll 3 of whatever that die is. You're looking for 3 or more as a success, and we are looking for number of successes for the investigation here. And so go ahead and start rolling.
So I'm rolling 3. Mine are D4s. I'm
Yes.
rolling 3 D4s and I'm taking them each separately, not an aggregate total.
It is a number of successes. So how
Cool.
many you get that are over 3?
I also rolled D4s and I only got a single success.
That's more than none. We take those.
I also got a single success.
Was it a 4?
No.
Okay. I was about to say, because you have Savant, so you
Yeah.
get 2 successes. Excellent.
I have 3 questions I wanted to answer in case that becomes relevant.
So I'm going to start by giving you what you get off of that.
Sweet.
Just what you get from those rolls and what you know. And then we will actually, scratch that. What are your questions?
Question number 1. Did the explosion originate inside or outside the building?
Okay.
Number 2, was it pyrotechnic in nature or concussive? Meaning, was it a bomb or someone thrown through something? Or something thrown through something? And number 3, what is in the like, is it only building and structure, or is there any like organic material or anything else intermingled with it?
Funny story. I have answers to all of those immediately. So, first of all, as Venerer, there are things that you simply know because you are experts. So, for example, Fletcher, you are an expert in explosives.
Yeah.
In alchemy. So you know for a fact that no explosives were used here. There's no scorch marks. There is no sign of anything that you would expect to see from an explosive. However, you can tell from the direction of the buckling and shattering of the wood that it went from inside to outside. Secondly, you actually find nothing down here. It looks like at some point this stuff was cleaned up. Walt, as you're kind of like looking around, you can see like the slightest trail of dust that is leading towards a side alley. And then you hear the spark of flint and steel.
Immediately interrupts that line of dust, thinking it's gunpowder. Is it gunpowder?
It is not.
It's just
From
dust.
looking at it, it looks like it is like dust and refuse, but you still hear
Okay.
somebody like trying to light something in the alley.
Yeah. Immediately goes to where she's hearing that sound.
You see a group of 3 folks. These are definitely people who are unhoused from the area. And they have like all of the broken shards, like of glass and things like that, have been like pushed off to the side. And they have some of the pieces of wood and like what looks like a small like plate like that they can set like a pan on. And they are trying to start a fire to cook what appears to be like some eggs, some loose eggs that one of them has, and like some meat. And as like the guy is striking flint and steel, he goes to strike and he looks up and goes, "Oh, Venerer," and immediately stands up.
Mm-hmm. Were you around here before first bell?
No, but we showed up. I got here real early, and like there was a bunch of glass and a bunch of shit all over the place out there, and there are kids in this neighborhood. So like I didn't want anyone to get hurt, so we found an old broom and swept that stuff over here. And then those guys in the robes showed up and started ordering people around. So we just kind of ducked back here. And then Chris came by, and I had some eggs, and we needed something to make some breakfast with, and we figured this would be fine.
I mean, I don't see why not. What? So you have no idea what happened? Can I look at it first to see if anything stands out?
Yeah, sure.
from
They
the-
immediately they pull the camp stove off. They immediately
Yeah.
step back.
Yeah.
Most likable NPC we've met so far.
Uh-huh.
And they're like, so what? Like the third person there is like, are they actually like they're actually Venerer? Oh my god, I've never seen like they're like actually kind of excited to be meeting an actual Venerer. So as you folks start going through this, you find 2 very interesting things. Fletcher, you find ash, but it is like burnt paper ash. Nothing like heavy enough to be like big pieces of wood that exploded or anything like that, but you do find some traces. And Walt, you're a laborer. And so you've done a lot of different work in kind of like the more industrial districts. You find wood pulp. The kind of wood pulp that's used in making paper.
I'd like to ask the deacon if this particularly unfortunate fellow was involved in any of the ritual book pressing stuff, like if that was the stuff that he did normally.
No, it's
No.
very much outside of his normal realm of duties. His calling was truly helping people. He had been a member of different churches even before ours, and you can see like as he's talking, his eyes are starting to water.
Oh no.
He just had a really good heart for taking care of people, and that and he
Tough to
believed
find a church that wants to support that.
he believes in the mission. We all do, but that was truly his calling, and so that is very heavily what he was involved with. I think he was working with a local. There's a local bookstore that he was working on doing some fundraising with, but no, nothing with the blackening of the pain.
I think the bookstore may be our next clue.
Meanwhile, inside, I would like everyone who is inside. And in that question, like questions that you're asking the deacon, I will say that they happen after the full investigation is done. So everyone is there for that portion as well. I would like you to do the same. It is a size 3 mental check. So it is 3 dice of whatever your mental die is.
Woof.
All right.
That is 0 successes, and one of them is a 1.
3s and higher are successes, right?
3s and higher.
All right, I got 2 successes.
Excellent. 5 successes.
3 successes for me.
5 total.
Yes. It's like
So, unlock.
5.
You were okay. Well, you were distracted because you know the guys they're talking to outside. Like you're all street people. You know
Yeah.
them. You're like, oh
Yeah.
shit, they're here. However,
I'm like, we can trust them. I don't know about these church assholes, but those guys are trustworthy. They just want to cook some eggs.
Where'd you get those fucking eggs from, motherfucker? Like,
That's perishable. Let them cook.
So once you reach the top of the stairs, even Venerers of esteem and experience as yourselves are surprised and shocked. The room is nearly entirely coated in blood. Almost every surface, floor, ceiling, and walls, all coated in it. There's no sign of damage to the front door, but the wall opposite it has been replaced with a hole that is about 7 feet in diameter. The wood is splintered and shattered outwards. There are a number of things that you folks can tell immediately. Dame Riv. Wait, hold on. Wait. I need this. Where's this? Sorry. You don't know what this is. No one knows what I'm talking about. Exciting stuff. The people who are inside are. Excellent. Yes. Dame Rivers, you do not see. You deal in gunpowder and weapons and things of that nature. You do not sense any sign of anything of that nature here. Who else is here? Okay, we'll get to that. So the center of the room seems to be where this all started. There are rub marks everywhere from where something large scraped and scratched against its surrounding. Whatever was in this room was much larger than the brother. There are signs of the brother literally everywhere in this ungodly mess. However, with as many successes as you have in your experiences with human anatomy as a group, you can discern that this is all probably about more or less one person. You see with the wood that has been blasted outwards in the creases and crevices where something rubbed against it, you find more of the same wood pulp that Walt found outside. Among the gore, you find the spine of a book. The front and back cover and all the pages in between are destroyed. Looks like they've been ripped out or otherwise destroyed. All that is left is 3 fingers of one hand, or well, a hand with 3 fingers, and the spine of the book that reads Of Ink and Blood by D.S. Tiller.
Are there any other books in this
There are
apartment?
many other books. However, you do not see anything that is in the same vein. It's a lot of like religious books. It's a lot of like not just of this church, but of a great deal many, but nothing that nothing that is not religious or historical in the collection.
Lucy is going to point to the book with the spine and then point to the hand. It's like, I don't need a hand, but I do need a spine. Do you need a backbone? Okay, well, I guess
Hey.
that one's not as funny as I thought. And Lucy's gonna start looking underneath furniture.
There's
Lucy
a
is
time and a
small.
place.
So, from what you're able to find looking under, is that you definitely see claw marks on the floor,
Mhm.
but you don't see any claw marks on the ceiling or walls.
So it's just the floor.
Just the floor you're seeing scratch marks on. You are clearly seeing where like a person was like smashed up against a wall or
Yeah.
the ceiling, but only scratch marks on the floor.
Compared to a young woman's hand, how big are these scratch marks?
5x, huge.
Cool.
Big.
So probably like torso. Maybe?
It's I would say less. Like the size of the claw is about like probably, well, maybe 3 times actually. Maybe 3.
More?
But it is like it is a large clawed like
a bear.
but only scratch marks on the floor. It seems
Yeah.
like they are talons as well, not necessarily like articulated claws.
So
Okay.
Like Thunderbird.
In
3,
sets
4,
I was about to say in sets of 2 or sets of 4.
2. So okay.
Ooh.
So it's the 2.
Anky
Lucy-
chicken. Oh, that's where the eggs came from.
The kind of thing you would expect to see in maybe with 5 successes, something you would expect to see in like a cockatrice or something of that nature. But it is lacking like, because there's telltale signs like, I don't know, feathers.
Yeah.
Something
Oh, yeah.
like there's no sign of that. There's no sign of like, because they also tend to either have like venom or something that would turn to stone. There's no signs of any of that here.
Right.
Also, how would a cockatrice get the fuck in here?
No
You know it
thumbs.
was inside.
Yeah.
Things went down.
Yeah. Lucy is looking underneath furniture specifically to try to see if there are any pages.
There on 5 successes, there are none.
Sad.
But you do find some of that book ash that they found outside.
Like it got burned. I have a
Is
question.
there Oh, sorry, go ahead.
Oh. In my experience with my dead powder, how complete does a body need to be to use the dead powder?
There needs to be enough of a body to call it a body.
Got it. It's not
a
gonna
hand.
work here. Understood.
Like you're like,
what if you
I
use
could
sign language?
try.
Well, so
You actually,
Questions 1 through 3.
you are unsure.
Tap
You
once.
could try. If you'd like to try, you can.
Can't hurt to try. I'm gonna try to use the dead powder.
Okay. So I want you to describe to me what that looks like.
So I have this pouch that I have on my hip that I reach into and I pull out this powder that looks like a mix of like ash and other components that might be related to like magics, like fine ground metals or gemstones. And I sort of just, I'm not sure how to approach the situation because the body is everywhere. So I just hold it up into my into my palm and just blow it out like everywhere in the room and try to let it like settle over everything. And I'm just
Everyone
sort
hold
of
your
like,
breath.
You blow it into the room, and in the center of the room, there's standing a figure that is just lightly covered in the dust. And they are staring out the hole in the wall. And they are standing stone still, simply staring.
because I know that I have to be specific with questions. I ask what created the hole.
It starts whispering very quickly. And it is like one of those like fevered pitches whispering. And as you get closer, you hear the whispering begin to come all around you, like a choir. It was big. It was fast. It was terrifying. I I don't know. I couldn't see it. I can't breathe. Oh my God, it hurts. And like that pitch just starts to grow louder and louder and louder until it stops all at once. And it is still again.
Is the figure still there?
The
Or was
figure
that
is still there, but the
okay?
whispers have stopped.
The whisper stopped. So big, he didn't see it. What is this book? Like motioning towards the of blood and ink spine.
Forbidden. It
Okay.
is one solid word that hangs so heavily in the air. Um, it almost feels more crushing than the fevered whisperings from a moment ago.
Where did it come from?
It turns around and looks at you. And you, in this moment, do not see its face because when you blew it, it was across its back. And you feel it come closer to you. And it whispers, "Once upon a lie," and dissipates. Lucy, quick.
Yes.
You know that's the name of a bookstore that's nearby.
How far is it?
Not far.
Okay.
You can get there within the next chime. Like,
If I took the rooftops, would I get there quicker?
not really. The rooftops suck here because it's like
Disrepair.
well, it's not even disrepair. They're really in well repair, but like there's a lot of like walking paths from community to community. So like it's a big jump in between them. So like you have to make sure you get it or you're not gonna fall and die because it's you, but then you're gonna like be scrabbling up the side and it's a giant pain in the ass.
Very undignified.
It's such bullshit. Whoever
like
built this was an asshole.
Truly.
This-
Is there
I have a question about the book, but you go ahead with your thing. I'll have the book after.
how are the books in the brothers' apartment situated? Are they on shelves? Or are they on the floor in piles? Are
Well,
they everywhere?
They were on shelves.
Okay.
And then the shelves were splintered by the
Yes.
brother getting smashed through them. But they were definitely on shelves at one point.
Okay. Because that was my main thing is I needed to be able, it's like, because this one was specifically torn apart and rendered asunder.
Okay, that was actually my question. Is it like looking at the spine of the book? It's like it got ripped, or it's like it got
the pages were
inside
clawed
got
out of
burned?
it.
Okay.
Well, not quite. As you're
Okay.
looking at it, whatever happened to this was uniform.
Mhm.
But the pages are all destroyed and they are not burned.
So it's like a rip mark, though, not like a burn mark.
It is closer to a rip mark than a burn mark. but
Okay.
it's not like
But it's not exactly like a rip-off.
if
I have a
take this
theory.
book and I go to rip a bunch of pages out, they're not
Yeah.
going to be exactly uniform.
Right.
But these are.
I have a theory.
Ew, okay.
I have a
It could be
crazy
bunnies.
theory. I
Could be
suspect
bunnies?
whatever
Giant gnashing teeth.
bunnies.
It's a Buffy reference. Continue.
Oh, sorry.
You first, and then I will speak.
My current running theory from what we've seen and what we've given, and what is weird about this book is that it seemed like a cockatrice or something, but there's a lot of missing evidence for that. What if somehow this book contained something, and when he got his hands on this book and was reading it, whatever he was doing, maybe it somehow activated and it burned itself out of the book, created itself out of the book, and then everything happened at once, probably.
That's what I was
That could
thinking.
explain how it got in here, could explain the uniform manner of the book being destroyed. It could explain a lot.
The paper ash.
So I would like to take this time now that the investigation you at this point you all are kind of together talking about what you found, and so I would like to read to you what the monster classifications are. This is something for those of you who do not have. When you get the book, there's a section that all players. These are things that you as Veneters know. You are the monster hunting units in the world. And so every Venerer knows that these technocytes, well, there are some other classifications that exist. The three most common are flesh eaters, scourges, and wretches. Flesh eaters consume their prey. They are extremely common. They are envious, coveting what their prey has and wanting it for themselves. They do not eat. They instead collect parts of their victims for unknown reasons. To destroy a flesh eater, one must pierce their heart in the shadow of a belfry. For scourges, they revel in pain. Scourges are everywhere. They are often mistaken for simple bad luck. They evoke pain and suffering through psychological means. They avoid killing for as long as they can manage. They will burn crops, ruin friendships, hurt family members, anything to make their prey as miserable as possible. To destroy a scourge, they must first be forgiven by one they've harmed. And then there are wretches, those who serve. These creatures are often seen as less threatening, and that is exactly what they want. In truth, they are no less monstrous than their kin. They hide their intentions by serving others, but always to their own ends. They are sniveling cowards, wanting nothing more than to stay safely hidden from the world, and have no qualm sacrificing those they serve to do so. To destroy a wretch, one must gift them a crown under the gaze of the sun.
I like
But
that the examples of wretches are demons, djinn, and evil advisors.
The most important rule is do not take everything you read literally. Bear symbolism in mind. I wanted to put that out there so that everyone you have that to start to go off of as you have these discussions.
Mm-hmm.
This sounds flesh-eaty to me.
Mm-hmm.
Flesh-rendy for sure.
Well, are all the bits there or are some bits missing?
Lucy holds up the hand.
Hello.
Fair point.
And if he never saw it, then he probably wasn't being dragged out in torture. Unless it had the presence of mind to blindfold him, but that seems a little far-fetched. It could be an evil advisor. They are everywhere.
They could be anywhere.
Well, he was loved, but there were also people who didn't love the church, so.
True.
So there's a couple of places a couple of different places we could go to bring this investigation through. Where would people like to go?
Bookstore?
Yeah.
To the bookstore.
The bookstore.
Before we
Everyone.
leave, can we ask the guy out front, like, because they've both mentioned that this guy was part of a couple different churches.
Mhm.
Do they know which ones he was part of before?
He was originally part of the Full Face Gods Church, and then he did a short stint with. One second. I have it. The Crimson Veils, which is the church that was in Whitechapel 3 months ago. He was really uncomfortable with the blood sacrifices that they started doing, and so abandoned that pretty quickly. And then when this church started here, about 2 months ago, joined.
I like that he started with the full face god, and then when y'all were talking to them, did not have one.
Oh, oh no. Full circle. This is a very interesting lad, I think. How much of the book is left? Is it any pages?
Nope, just
We've
the
got
spine.
Every
Spine.
single one.
we've got a
Every single
damp
one removed.
spine.
With the hand.
Lucy's gonna put the hand around the spine and make the let's let the hand hold the book.
Beautiful.
So everyone would like to go to the bookstore, correct?
As long as there's not anything else that Walt could see from the scratches, because one of Walt's traits is just can accurately identify ingredients, animals, and diseases by scent alone.
Um, there's no
Probably not.
animal. There's no animal scent here.
I didn't think so.
But that's the thing that
That's very
bothers-
disturbing. Yeah, that's very bothersome.
You're like, the fuck?
No feathers, no scent, no just scratches. This is no idea.
What the fuckatrice is this?
The fuck?
And on that note, we are gonna take our 3-minute ad break. We're gonna go ahead. We're gonna do that, and then we will continue at Once Upon a Lie. See you folks. Welcome back, folks. You folks are headed. You head down these wide boulevards, and as you do, a fifth chime rings out across the city. And so now, this is the wind's chime. So this is like getting towards like the middle of the day. Heading up the street, you pass by people who watch you warily. You know they aren't wary of you, but of what you traveling in a group represents. Danger. A hint that the rumors are true. That it isn't just death that visited Whitechapel last night, but a Technocyte horror that threatens everyone. It's easy to see why people speak so nicely about this small bookstore. The storefront is small, painted hunter green with dark gray accents. The sign above the door is beautifully hand-carved words accented in gold that read, "Once upon a lie." You imagine on most days it is an idyllic and quaint place for people to come and find their newest volume of a series they love. Today, however, it is full of chaos. A group of brothers from the church are leaving through the front door with boxes of books in tow. Inside, a woman is cursing bitterly at them, and you see a sandal fly through the front door after them as she chases them onto the street. She's about 5'8", but stands at 20 feet of pure rage in that moment. Her curly brown hair is down to the middle of her back, and she's wearing a dark brown top with a long green skirt ending in black sandals, one of which is currently missing. 2 fucking days! Just 2 fucking days! You fucking pieces of shit! She screams, seething at them, then looks at you all and stomps back inside Nahub. The brothers go from walking to running away.
I think I should go get those books back.
Yep,
Yeah.
we pursue.
Hey guys.
One of the brothers, like as you folks walk up, they stop, and one of the deacons kind of like comes around and goes, "Can I help you?"
Yeah, what was that
Yes.
about?
We pay for a certain number of books every month from Once Upon a Lie to take care of our rituals, but also to make sure that she has the money she needs to pay bills in case business is slow. We were told to come today to pick up these volumes. It's a little earlier than she expected, but it's all within our contract.
Oh, Mixed Superior said because of the investigation, you need to suspend that and come back in a couple days.
It is true.
I just spoke to Mick Superior, who sent me here.
That's interesting, because they told us to intercept you.
Yeah, as part of our current investigation, we have priority for handling these things at the moment.
Then you can come back with us, and the Mixed Superior can have that discussion with all of us.
We already had that discussion. We don't need to waste our time. We're trying to solve this as quickly as possible. I do
Well,
want to
You're
point
actually
out,
tampering with potential evidence.
I do have the liar wild card,
And so do I.
You do not think it's a matter of if they believe you or not. It's certainly a matter that they simply don't care.
Oh,
They
Okay.
go, "We are going to go back to the church. You are free to have that discussion. And if Mick Superior agrees with you, we will gladly walk them right back."
How about instead of walking them back, I can just take them off your hands and bring them back into the store?
No. And they start walking back to the church.
While all
Scruff
of that is
'em,
going
scruff 'em.
while all that is going on, is it possible that I can use my letter opener to cut the tape on one of these boxes and break the bottom?
They are heavy.
Or how big is the
wooden?
boxes?
They're wooden
What are they?
crates.
Dang it. I was hoping cardboard
Um,
was a thing by now.
No.
Would any of them actually be able to, like, take one of the crates from me if I got my hands on them?
You would not know that, but you could definitely try.
Yeah, she's gonna try.
Yeah, no, you absolutely can.
Can I? Because I have Hunter, can I try to trip one of them while she tries to grab the box?
So what I'm gonna roll that as is Walt. That is going to be a size 2 physical check.
Based.
However, you are gonna get the benefit of a boon on that check. So boons are it is like it's not advantage. Advantage is its own very specific thing, but it is a way of giving people a benefit on rolls, especially when people work together. I'm so you re-roll ones once on this roll.
Okay. Okay, let me go ahead and. Well, that's an 8 on one of them because I rolled d8s, and that's a 5 on the other one.
The person, so they go to turn and leave, and immediately Locke kicks the legs out from under one of them, and at the same time you grab the boxes. The rest of them see that Venerers have started to to say it is aggression, but it's not like murder us aggression. It's still they're going to run away aggression. They do not confront you. They flee with the rest of the books. And you look inside, and it is maybe 10 copies of Ink and Blood by Tiller.
Lucy is
by
going
D.S.
to
Tiller.
Lucy is going to grab one, shove the bloody book spine behind their back in the basically in between of their pants seam and their shirt, hiding the bloody book from this poor shopkeep that they're about to go in. They're also going to put the hand in somebody else's pocket. One of you has the hand. Pick.
Where did this hand come
Drop
from?
it in my quiver.
There you go.
What in the green arrow? Okay.
And Lucy is going to just Lucy is going to drop the reading glasses onto their nose again and then pop open this book. And they're going to read it upside down and walk into this bookstore. And because I am moving, I cannot be seen because Hunter. Silent and nearly imperceptible when moving.
So, as you come inside, she is furious. She is like slamming shit and yelling and is like packing a bag to close the shop for the day.
So what's up with those assholes?
While Lucy's walking around.
While Lucy's walking
ahead.
around.
While Lucy's walking around, are there any other copies of this book on the shelves?
No, there is a section that says latest DS Tiller release that is empty. She looks at you and goes, business has been really tight. It's been very difficult. So I took a deal with the church. They come by usually at the end of the week. They pick up some copies. They pay me every 2 weeks, basically double what they're worth. And make sure I can keep the store open and make sure I can feed myself. Last night, Tiller shows up with these new books. Doesn't tell me it's happening. Tells me it's a quiet release, whatever. We've never done this before. Last night, I start to put them on the shelves. One of the brothers shows up, will not leave me alone about it. And now the rest of them show up to take them today. I asked the brother last night. I asked Brother Rome last night to fucking just give me a week so I can sell as many as I can, but they still came by today.
So they came early.
You
So
want
those are
9 of
their
them back?
books. As like you walk up with the box, like those are their books. They're gonna.
I mean,
Those are theirs.
I mean, if they came early, they're not.
I can't risk the deal going away.
Fair enough. I apologize.
You're
Well,
veteran.
if you
Not my
don't
fault.
buy them in 2 days, they'll just go back.
She takes the box and she goes, I will just take them over. And she sees, well, I mean, has Lucy stopped moving?
Lucy is now in front of one of the shelves trying to figure out. I honestly don't think Lucy can read very well. Lucy is a young beggar woman who's probably not very educated. But I think Lucy can kind of scrounge enough with words to understand because job description. But Lucy is trying to match up the author name to other titles that are on the other shelves.
There are no other books by Tiller here. But she kind of like, she walks over and she gently takes the book from you. Gently. And closes it and puts it in the box and puts the lid on again, goes,
oh, did you want this one too? Pulls out the bloody book's fine.
She freezes. Whoa. What is that?
Brother Rome.
What do you mean, Brother Rome? What happened to Brother Rome?
Fuck, what happened to Brother Rome?
Pulls out
What a
the
good
hand.
question.
Like, she is like shaking. She's like, he died?
Yes.
It is like a top 3 most gruesome rooms I've ever walked into.
He was
Who's the
just
other
here.
two?
You don't want to know.
He came by last night. He came by last night because we're working on some fundraisers for the community. I'm starting a reading room so that we can help people learn how to read. And he was dropping by to drop some funds from the church. And I had these books, and he was asking me about Tiller and about these books. And he just wouldn't. I was trying to close up the shop, and nice guy, but just wouldn't fucking leave me alone. And so I gave him that. Whenever I get a copy of the books from one of the local authors, I get an advance to keep for myself, and I put everything else on the shelves. So I gave him my copy just to get him to leave me the fuck alone.
Okay.
It's a good thing you didn't read it.
He's gonna just take one of the books back and compare size.
It's the same
copy. But like, it's kind of the spining of like, does it look like maybe the advanced copy might have been thicker than the other one, or are they the same size?
They're the same size.
Cool.
Can we flip through some of the pages that were missing in the one that are not missing in the other?
All the books were missing. All the pages were
just-
missing in one.
It's just the spine.
Oh, it's just
Yeah,
it is
there's-
just spine.
Yep, it's
I
just the
missed.
spine.
Understood. I wasn't
there-
upstairs.
Was there anything given to you in your advanced copy, like a fancy bookmark or some extra pages?
No, I don't read Tiller's work. It's not my cup of tea. I'm not
What
a
is
huge
it?
fan. It's like dark fantasy. He apparently used to work for the Venerers, and that's when you all put it together. Everyone in the room realizes what the name DS stands for. One second. So there is a former member of the Keepers whose last name was Tiller. And Dennis Santino Tiller was an incredibly famous keeper who, a while after the Technocytes started, left the Venerers and started writing novels, and would write using the knowledge that he had of creatures so that people could learn about them through his fiction and be able to protect themselves from the Technocytes.
Uh-oh.
And she like yeah, it's like it's fantasy creatures, and it's all real great and all. Rosemary's work is more my thing. But there's a couple there were 3 authors that kind of wrote that sort of thing. Kilgannon, and Willows. When the church showed up, Demetrius bailed, like was tired of having his shit, like, because they would buy up all of these books from all over town. And so Demetrius was tired of knowing that his books were being destroyed. He said he was going to move to Vale. Don't know. That was months ago. And I don't know. Like, I don't like his stuff. He knows that I don't read his stuff. But like, it's a gesture, right? He gives me a copy because I make sure that his stuff's on the shelves, and I always make room when he needs it.
They only take fiction books?
No, we have some other stuff, but like,
Okay.
No, but
But the church is
just-
interested in...
It's the subject matter that he's writing on Technocytes.
well, it's not really Technocytes. It's more like it's about the fantasy creatures of old. Like
About
they really,
maledictions?
yeah, like he explained it to me once. It's like the Technocytes behave a lot like the maledictions used to.
Mhm.
But if you read about the Technocytes now, that's really unpalatable because they're fucking horrifying. But like, you know,
And the church thinks that knowing about any of it is enough to make it happen.
But
which frankly I don't give a shit about. Like, that's not, I don't care. Like, at this point, I'm just trying to sell books and make ends meet and help people. That's what I do.
Hmm.
I'm just
So
gonna.
this is a novel. There's not like a there's not a there's not, oh god, my light almost went down. There's not a way to like look and see if there's a section on like, I don't know, a creature gets summoned.
I mean, she pulls out a copy and she like flips through some of the pages and stuff. There's nothing weird in here. She doesn't like go through every page, but like just like gives it a cursory look. It's like they're novels. It's always novels.
Is there a creature with 2 claws that can crush people into a bloody pulp? And there's something about wood pulp?
I did not read them.
I
Not
don't know,
my
maybe
thing.
talk to somebody about it.
Oh, but
The-
Tiller's local, right?
Yeah. You should go ask him about it, honestly.
Where
about-
does he live?
I don't know where his apartment is, but what is it? Fort Chime?
5th. It was just 5th.
It was just 5th.
Oh, yeah. So 6 Chime. There's a cafe not far from here. He usually meets with Rosemary at the cafe at 6 Chime every day.
Great.
It's a Cafe Domovoy. It's if you head down the main thoroughfare outside, you can't miss it.
What about Demetrius?
He left a couple months ago. Haven't heard from him.
Hmm.
Okay.
Okay. I think that's
And-
our.
Rosemary's been on deadline that I know of, and so like we're friends, but like when she's on deadline, she's on fucking deadline. So I haven't heard from her in a couple of weeks, but
What kind of stuff does Rosemary write?
it's also fantasy novels. It's also about maledictions, but like I don't know, she writes a lot about like found family and stuff like that in there too that I just really like.
Mm-hmm.
So I read all of her shit. She's great.
That's awesome.
I don't know that anybody should be having these books out. in the meanwhile.
Well, I don't want Mick Superior coming by here and fucking harassing me, and I'm gonna close right now because I've had enough of the drama for the day. So I'm gonna drop these off at the church and I'm gonna go home.
Fair enough. I'm sorry for causing a bit more problem on your end.
It's whatever. I just hope you get to the bottom of whatever happened to Brother Rome, because, like, yeah, he was a pain in the ass sometimes, but, like, he was a really good man. And he really gave a shit. And that's something that's sorely fucking missing in this city sometimes. So I hope you find whoever fucking did this, and I hope they get exactly what they fucking deserve.
They will. Do you want us to drop the books off for you so you don't have to go have that weird conversation?
I got it. You guys have more important shit to do, I'm sure. And she, like,
Well,
picks up
we
the
caused
box
the problem.
and she gestures for you to get out. Like, come on, let's go. I'm getting the fuck out of here.
Fair enough.
Thank you.
And she heads off to the church.
Well, now I feel like the asshole.
No,
I think we should have kept one of
priests are
them.
the assholes.
Did we
Nah,
not
we're
keep one of
fine.
them?
No, she took it back.
Mm.
If
that's
someone
fine.
wanted to while
I
that
was gonna say,
conversation
does-
was going
That
on.
was
True.
yeah, that was what Lucy was doing. Lucy was just using the shock and awe of like bloody book cover. Take that back.
Then
Pets.
you have a copy.
Hooray.
Lucy is gonna page through it while we're walking to try to meet up with these people because Lucy is now looking at this book through the eyes of it is the Venerer are always expected to report their findings to the public as one of our functions that we live
Mhm.
by, and is kind of trying to view skimming through this book and going on random pages through that lens
Mhm.
of like, while Tiller wasn't technically writing as a Venerer, reporting to the public, this is kind of in a similar but different vein.
Check for
So,
any illustrations.
As-
Mhm.
as you're kind of like, you start reading through it, and it doesn't take you long to get to the cafe. You see the crowd around Cafe Domovoy's well before you can make out its details. A large outdoor seating area with black wire-frame tables and matching chairs, each with a white umbrella standing out of them. The front of the building is pearl white with black trim. All the signs for the cafe. The sign for the cafe hangs off the side of the building so you can see it coming. The white sign reads Cafe Domovoy in black script with a small, hairy-looking creature, the helpful spirit that is the cafe's namesake,
The Domovoy.
holding a cup of coffee above its head. The
Cute.
seats are near full, with more people waiting to be seated. And you see, some wait staff kind of like walking around and stuff. And as you folks walk up, a person who's nicer dressed walks up to approach you, seeming like a manager or something of that nature. Venerer, do you need a table? Is there something I can do for you?
We're looking for Tiller.
Oh, yes. Turns around and points to kind of like closer to the building, but still outside, sitting at one of the wireframe tables, sitting alone, is a man who looks somewhat disheveled. In glum, a man in their early 40s, staring at a cup of tea, with a look that reads like they are a million miles away. It's as if they are trying to relive something that is just out of reach, and the melancholy of that moment is palatable. He has sandy blonde hair and hazel eyes that seem to trace around the rim of the mug that has already gone cold.
Mm.
As you folks walk up to approach, he does not notice you.
Fletcher's stomach rumbles. Oh yeah. Oops. Do we ambush
Hi.
him or okay?
No, we just
Gonna pull up and
Good
take a seat.
afternoon.
Yeah, he pulls to have. Oh, Venerer. Good afternoon. Please have a seat.
Thanks.
Thank you.
How goes?
Busy
It's-
day.
Yeah, they're better. There have been better days.
Why are you
Well,
looking upset?
I was supposed to meet someone today, and they aren't here.
Oh, Rosemary. Well, she's on a deadline, so
I would like everybody to roll me a size 3 mental check.
Yee.
So the way this is not an investigative check. So instead of it being number of successes, it is out of 3 dice, you need 2 successes to succeed.
Well, I did it.
so okay. Roll the 3, get 2 of them to be successes.
I got 2 4s.
I got 1. I got a 4, which lets me roll again. And that's a 3. So I have 3 successes.
I got nada.
So 2 of you clock it. When you mention Rosemary, there is a mixture of shock and pain on his face. And he looks up at you and goes, "How did you know I was waiting for Rosemary?"
Or Venerer.
Also, we were just at the bookshop.
Fuck! I was trying to sound so cool.
You did. You sounded really cool.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
Okay. So you know why I'm here. What do you need?
We
What
need
has
you.
2 claws and only walks on the ground and not the ceiling?
This is not a riddle.
Oh, you need practical advice? So there's a number of different there's a number of different creatures that are bipedal with like bird-like claws. It could very well be a cockatrice or any number of creatures within that genus. There are also other types of there are similar types of creatures that fit more into like an oversized raptor category. So in certain areas, you might find dire ravens or things of that nature that would also fit under the malediction type of archetype, usually conjured by beings who are familiar with magic and things of that nature.
What's the
Why?
purpose of wood pulp?
Also, not a riddle.
To make paper.
He points at you and then points at the other Venator who answered the question and goes, "Probably that. I'm not an expert in wood pulp."
What's your
pulp.
most recent book about?
That's a better question.
What do you mean, my most recent book?
The one you gave an
Ah.
advance copy of last night.
This one that we've got here.
You do not need to roll to see the shock on his face. And he reaches up and he grabs the book with 2 hands and he slams on the table. And he goes, "How did you get your hands on this?
We got it
Stole
at a
it?
bookstore, which is where you get books.
This is not meant for you." And he takes it and he puts it in his jacket like, "We need to go talk."
Was
And
at the
he
bookstore where you
gets
buy
up
books.
and he walks into the cafe and he's like
Weird
talking
to sell it at a bookstore.
to the
Venerers
manager,
can buy books.
being like, I'm gonna borrow the back room. We have business to discuss." And heads into what is like a very nice back dining room. And he walks in and he puts the book on the counter. He goes, "No one." Okay. "I will tell you whatever you have to know, whatever you need to know. But you have to promise me one thing, that you will investigate that fucking church."
Yeah,
I've been
great.
trying.
Sold. Easy.
Yep, done.
I hate them. I'm done.
They
I'm
took
in.
they took every copy of your book, except that one.
I know.
That's
And
my copy.
his jaw starts to like shake a little. And he goes, I've been trying to get the guards to look into it, and they won't. And the Venerer Lodge did not see any reason to investigate. But Rosemarie has been missing, and she went to go talk to Mick Superior, and she has not come back, and no one will listen to me.
When did she go
Okay.
missing?
2 weeks ago.
I think that's past any deadline that she would have had.
Did Demetrius left? Rosemary goes missing. You release a secret book not meant for us.
It's not a book, it's a spell.
A spell to summon what?
My family had long been devotees of a god of creation, and I couldn't think of another way to get the Venerer to investigate than if something did not happen. So I prayed, and I got this spell, and puts hands on the book, where if you flip through every page from start to finish, it will activate and it will come alive. It's supposed to be something similar to a cockatrice. I have not seen it, but with their rituals, they flip through every page. So if it happened there, then you would have to investigate.
We're
Well, it
probably
happened in an apartment.
Killed
some.
Brother Rome. He went to the bookshop. He took a book after giving funds for a charity.
No
He
one was
then
supposed to know about the book. That
Brother
wasn't
Rome knew.
supposed to happen.
Yeah, he knew. He's no longer here. He's everywhere in his apartment.
Yeah,
Yep.
Well, that was my fault. And whatever
for sure.
whatever crime I have to pay for it, I will do so gladly if you will find what fucking happened to her.
I mean,
Second,
it kind of sounds like you tried to kill a whole bunch of people.
As many as it takes to find out. They took her. They did something to her. If something bad happened to them so that I can find out where she is, I don't give a fuck.
And
I could not care less.
And what happens when a bunch of rabid literary cockatrices start rampaging the town?
They burn away.
Wait,
Which
they
is
what?
what
Keep
causes
talking.
the explosion.
The
The
burn.
ash.
They turn to ash after, when whoever looks through all of the pages, when it is finished with that individual, they dissipate into ash. They aren't a perpetual thing. It doesn't have enough power to do, well, these books don't have enough power to create something that's perpetual.
I know that writers have kind of like they're sensitive. You're very popular. People wanted to buy this book really badly. You were not going to only kill church wackos. I'm so sorry to tell you.
I dropped it off after the bookstore closed. I left a note at the church so they would pick them up first thing this morning.
oh, okay.
I did everything, and I knew she wasn't going to read them. I know that she doesn't read my books, and that's
So-
fine. They're not for everyone, and I understand that.
So that's how the brother got it. He was probably one of the first ones to read the letter. Went to the store immediately to pick up a copy.
No. That doesn't. He would have. The letter didn't get. The letter got dropped off at like first chime this morning.
I think he was just unlucky. I think he just stopped by to
Wrong time, wrong place. Saw
yeah.
the books.
doing charity work at the wrong time.
He holds the book shut and says, I will stay here. I will go if you want me to call the guard and have them take me away, whatever you want.
Yeah.
And he hands the book back to you and goes, be very careful with this.
It only works if we read it cover to cover, though, right?
No.
Or flip it
Not if
cover
you
to
read
cover.
it. if you look at every page,
Yes.
it will happen.
How many pages
What
Ren
if you
did
do it-
Lucy look
Oh,
at?
if you did not come here, I was counting by chime. If you had not come here by next chime, you would have made it happen. I was like, if don't go to
That's
the church
amazing.
first, go to the
That's
cafe.
That's amazing. Holy shit.
That'd have been crazy.
I
Just
was
Look,
sweating. I
looks
was
to,
sweating.
looks to Lucy. You're no longer allowed to look at that book.
question.
It's my
Does it-
book. You
does
can't
it
take
con-
my book from me.
Does it continue to work if the book is no longer intact?
Once it is expended, it's over. So
No, I mean if we
destroy the
ripped out
books.
a couple of the pages from the back so Lucy can't
I don't
possibly
think it
finish it.
matters.
Uh,
I will stab you
I
if
love
you touch my
loopholes.
book.
All right,
Um,
get eaten by a cockatrice, but like,
unnecessary right now.
He filters through. He has like a bag. He filters through it and he hands out. It is not properly bound, but it is like another novel, and he hands it over. It's like, this is the actual latest work if you actually want one. I'm gonna have plenty of time to write in wherever I end up. So
Is that one also a spell?
no.
are you gonna do it again?
Not
You
if
know where to
we,
find
not if
us.
we
If you
figure out
have
what's
another
going
problem
on.
like this, you know where to find us so that you don't have to just do a spell and kill random people again.
In my paltry defense,
No.
I
Yes,
tried
yes.
the
You're not
Venerer
gonna do it
once.
again.
Didn't you used to be one of us?
I did,
Like when I was a
yes.
kid, but like
I did, yes. And I came to the Venerer, and I could not get them to agree to look into it.
No,
I
but like,
tried. But if you mean it come to you, I would
mhm.
absolutely, in a heartbeat, without a second.
Great, then I'm good not telling, personally.
Well, he writes down his address and he hands it to you. He goes, if you change your mind, this is where you can find me.
Okay.
We'll see what we turn up.
Would,
Um,
do you have money?
why?
Because I have fast legs and I can run. Do you want me to run a message to Rosemary for you? As a professional courtesy?
I don't know where Rose the church took her.
That's my job. My job is to find them and deliver a message. Payment, please. And I'll do it.
He gives you he does not look. He gives you a fistful of coins.
Yes. Shoves them in pockets. Okay, we're gonna go find Rosemary now. Bye. And then Lucy leaves with the spell book still.
As you folks
She's gonna
go
get
to
eaten.
leave, you can hear him sobbing as you
Oh,
leave.
we get a sandwich on the way out.
Yeah, you can actually very easily. They have like a
to-go
a
section.
case. Like
A
it's
deli.
like a
Hell
deli
yeah.
in there.
A
They
deli
just make you a
case.
fresh sandwich.
Bacon, egg, and cheese on a roll.
Yep,
Done.
they got you.
I'm gonna
Salt,
tuna
pepper.
melt.
Like some guys like, hey, I was here first, and the guy at the deli literally throws a piece of bologna at him. Goes, yeah, when you're a Venerer, you can tell me who to fucking feed. Chew on that if you don't want to wait any longer.
A scholar and a gentleman. We tip well.
Yes.
Mhm.
All right.
I'll pay for that last, guys. That we that we skipped past food anyway. It's on me.
So, I assume you go to the church.
Yeah.
Yes, absolutely.
Lucy is looking for other runners. Just the
You
same
run
way
into,
that
you run into one on the way.
every time Lucy finds a runner, so this one that we meet, Lucy's gonna hold up a coin to catch their eye. Help with a job.
What do you need?
Rosemary, the author, on a deadline. Have you seen her?
I mean, it's been a bit. Been a while.
Where's her? Where have you delivered to her or
No.
delivered for her?
She
Pulls out.
usually gets her stuff dropped off at the store because she spends a lot of time there usually. The bookstore.
Hands over one of the coins, holds up another one. Do you know where she lives?
No, but if you talk to the bookstore owner, she probably knows.
Okay. Runner to runner, deliver a message for me.
Hmm.
And then a third coin. Don't read Tiller's novels and tell every runner you come across not to read them.
Ever? I love his stuff.
No, just for
The
the
latest.
next week.
Oh, sure. Cool. Done.
Don't read this one. This one.
Of ink and blood.
This one killed somebody.
They give you the coin back. They'd be like, no, that's for the tip. And goes and just immediately starts telling anyone who will listen not to fucking read of ink and blood.
Quick feet.
You actually, like, by the time you get to the church, a runner has stopped you to tell you guys not to read that book. And then leaves.
Amazing.
I give him a coin for the tip.
The people's coin. The party's coin.
The coin of the people.
As you walk up to the church, it is now seventh chime. You folks hear buzzing through the streets about a revival that is going to happen at the church. As you get closer, you see that the brothers are putting up signs that says church revival at the Church of the Back and Pain 9th chime tonight. As you folks head to the church, you see that they are starting to set up some of the pews outside. And as you folks head inside, you see Mixed Superior Blackburn is standing up at the altar and seems to be like practicing a sermon. And as you folks walk in, just looking, he goes, "Ah, yes, Venerer. Any luck?"
Superior.
You know, we're still looking into things. Couple of leads. Do you have anywhere kind of like quiet that we could just that we could use for a second just to kind of like circle up and, you know, we don't want to talk about all of this in front of kind of random people outside.
The Mixed Superior looks around and goes, "You're all dismissed. Close the doors, please." And the brothers kind of like file out the front door and shut the main doors of the church. He goes, "Go on."
Oh, sorry. I meant like could we just use some of your space for a little bit, the five of us, to kind of figure out what our next steps are. Just because we didn't want to, you know, meet in like a cafe and suddenly everybody knows what you're talking
Use
about.
the rectory. They're
Perfect.
done. They're
Thank
done
you
with
so
the ritual
much.
back there.
Thank you. Yeah, let us know if you know, I know you're doing something here tonight, so let us know if we're in the way.
I'll be practicing my sermon. Let me know when you
Great.
need me.
Thanks.
You head back into the rectory, and so the printing presses have been slid back against the wall. So there's a little more room in here. You do see the sealed books of Tiller's work are against the wall back here.
Can I hear from the rectory door? Can I hear Mixed Superior practicing?
You can.
I would like to hear what they're saying.
Excellent. Ta-ta-ta-ta. Today has been a painful day for us. And thank you all for coming out to show your support. It means the world to us. Our faith is not one of destruction, but one of peace and hope. I know we've gotten a reputation. I understand many of you find our customs strange and foreign, but the washing of the face at the altar of the full-face God is not much different than the rituals we employ here. You were washing yourselves of sin, and we are washing sin from the world. We are all creatures of immense power. Our belief in something gives it that power. Our belief in the goodness and kindness of others brings that out in others. Our belief in our will to fight and protect one another brings that out in us. However, we also have the ability to pour great power into things that will destroy us. Fear, terror, horror. Our emotions, when poured into these things, give great power to things we fear, and it is from this fear that the Technocytes are born. It is our minds and our hearts that are betraying us, and the only way to stop it is to erase these beings from our minds. As we forget our ancient foes, we will steal back our power from them. I don't know. Let me run it again.
Fascinating. She really thinks they really think technocytes can't exist if we forget they exist. That's an interesting thing. No wonder they're after all the monster books.
So what would
They're
you like to
so
do?
close to a normal idea.
So
And then full thought crimes.
I mean, is there a problem if they burn all these books? Well, they're gonna black them. That's the problem.
But you have to turn every page and look at every page in order to black them, which then will activate
Mm-hmm.
the ritual.
Where's-
Perhaps we
where's-
can suggest a different method. Or we
We're
just
supposed-
tell them it's a murder book trap.
We're supposed to be looking for Rosemary, right?
I kind of assumed that she'd gotten taken here.
Seems to be what the guess was from Tiller.
Just so we're all clear here, by the way, we're off the clock now, right? Because we solved the mystery. We know the situation, right? So
No,
we're just
I'm
doing
still
this
working.
for fun, right?
No, I'm still working.
So like we
Oh.
still have to follow the rules.
No,
Oh,
Not
no.
their,
it's
not
still
their
going on.
rules.
Yay. Listen, I just don't want to get a write up for going on side adventures. I
Are we
have
gonna-
7.
Should we tell him like, oh yeah, he was killed by a cockatrice, flew away. We're not able to trace it.
We could.
It is
No,
the
I
closest.
don't want to. You can veto me on this one, but like, do we care if the book banning cultists get cockatrice?
We're public servants. We put public safety first.
Yeah.
You're not executioners.
All right.
And God forbid one of those ends up in somebody else's hands.
Right. All right.
So are we
All
burning
right.
these books? Are we letting them flip through it?
No, we shouldn't.
I
let
don't-
them
I
flip
don't-
through it.
Yeah. What if... Oh, sorry, I'm thinking about loopholes again. I love loopholes.
Is there another door out of this rectory?
There are a number of doors back here. There's a number of
Fantastic.
different offices. There seems to be a little library back here. A storage room that seems to have like boxes of all of the shit from all the other faiths just like stuffed in a closet back here haphazardly.
Like Christmas ornaments just tucked away for.
All
Next
black,
time they need to be used.
just like mine.
Hmm.
They believe in belief magic. They
All right,
think
so
that
do
they
we
keep a thing.
So,
think
oh, go ahead. You first.
do we think like Rosemary is here or dead or held somewhere else?
What would she have done?
You have to
mean-
look to know. And I'm going to look. And so Lucy is
Anyone
going
who
to-
would like to investigate, please roll me a size 3 mental check.
I'm gonna investigate.
I will also size
There
3.
are things that don't add up.
Ooh,
Four.
I got 3 successes.
I have 2 successes, one of them being a 4.
I have 3 successes.
Just one.
As you folks are all looking, it takes a little bit, but you notice that one of the bookshelves can be slid out of place.
Ooh.
You originally realize it because it is not the same as all of the other bookshelves. It is newer.
Walk
You
goes ahead.
folks head downstairs.
Hmm.
And you now see the new most horrible thing you have seen in your years as a Venerer. You find a butcher's table where they were clearly collecting human bones and a crucible in which they were reducing them to charcoal. Those of you who are familiar with working with your hands recognize this as a method of making ink.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I'm so excited for the corpse ink.
You find the personal effects of several dozen people. Among them, you find the personal effects of Rosemary Kilgannon and Dimitri Willows.
I'd like to
Lastly,
pitch again that we let these people get cockatrice, and I
In
think
a-
that is a public service.
in a wooden desk, the top of which is covered in thin pale leather that appears to be human, you find letters. Letters from someone calling themselves the King of Deception to the Saint of All Lies, thanking them for their work in eliminating texts that pertain to the past. They don't explain why, but do make it clear that this is one of many such operations in the world, and that their work will bear fruit once the king is able to sit their rightful throne as the King of Humanity.
Cool.
Do not like this. Do not like any of this. We should do something about it.
Easy.
I am assuming that all of the ink that they're using is all of that ink.
Yep.
That
A book
unfortunately
for
tracks.
a book for every brother. 2 for the mixed
Understand.
superior.
I am leaning towards Locke's idea on this one.
So, I would like to remind everyone of the thing we discussed
Hmm.
after the initial investigation.
Mhm.
There are 3 types of monster classifications.
Mhm.
The flesh eaters, which you must pierce their heart in the shadow of a belfry. The scourges, that must be forgiven by one they have harmed. Or the wretches, which you must gift them a crown under the gaze of the sun. If you do not meet these qualifications, you cannot permanently kill them.
You think mixed superiors are wretch?
Evil advisors.
Evil
mean-
advisors!
I mean, there's that. Yeah.
They
Yeah.
do
Leading
act
to the
as
king of
though
something?
they do act as though they are serving others in their acts, which is definitely
Well, they're
leaning
serving
towards
some sort of
wretch.
weird king of humanity.
It is the King of Deception,
King
is
of
whom they are
deception.
serving.
To
Crazy
rule
to say it out
humanity.
loud.
It's worse than an evil advisor. It's a cog in the wheel. It's a middle manager. The worst
Ugh.
kind. That's it. They're going down.
So we're thinking he's a wretch, but they're a wretch.
They don't seem envious, and torture doesn't necessarily seem the name of their game.
Well,
they-
Otherwise, there'd still be someone alive down here, probably,
true.
with like
They just
their
want the bones.
skin carved off or something.
Yeah, so it seems what you are seeing down here very much seems like it is all very mechanical. It doesn't seem like it is something where like they kept people down here for a while. It is like, no, we have a purpose for you. You will now serve that terrible purpose.
I mean, that does fit the MO of flesh eaters as well. They're not eating the flesh, but they're using the parts for something else.
but not as trophies.
No trophies,
Right.
and there's not clearly envious of anything that's going
It-
on.
The thing about flesh eaters says nothing about trophies. It just says instead they collect parts of their victims
Oh, for reasons unknown.
for reasons unknown, and we just
Yeah.
happen to find the reason.
But the
Well, what are they coveting? What do they want?
Fair.
That's what we don't know.
They hide their intentions by serving others, but always to their own ends. Hidden
They're
letters, Lords of
Pretending to
Deceit.
be a church to help the people. They've got all these charity things going on that seem well intended on the surface.
And they're a death cult.
Wretches seem correct to me. And
I
I'm not
don't
wrong often.
But how can we tell when someone is a capital W wretch and one is just some wretched brainwashed
Asshole.
asshole? Yeah. I mean, I guess the fancy hat would tell you. So 2 books for mixed superior. 1 for each hand.
so what will you do now?
Oh, what a keel.
I assume you leave this terrible place
Yes.
and go back upstairs.
Oh.
You go back upstairs in the rectory. The mixed superior is still in the sanctuary, still practicing their sermon.
Okay.
I want to paint a crown of ash
gonna
ink on
Check
them.
my gun real
Do
quick.
they have their current I know it's not a crown, but do they have their current like hat? The
They don't
A
have it
little
on
mega
right
board?
now. No, they're
No.
they're still wearing the robes, but they're not in their full pontiff
I
cap.
have a
ready.
question.
Yeah.
When we were coming in and there's that window with the black halo in it, was the sun like shining through it like
Yeah.
at the moment when we came in?
You know, it was, but you are running low on time. The
Easy.
sun is set. So if we check what the chimes say, we are at 7th chime. What is the 7th chime? It is the market chime. It leaves enough time to pack away their goods and make it home safely before nightfall.
With sunset. Just
We
about.
are near sunset.
We're in
This-
a hurry. We need a crown. We need a sun. That
We could
stained
just-
glass kind of looks just like one.
We could
This
just
is a
paint the
church.
sun. We could paint the sun inside the hat.
Well, I was going to say, this is a church. Is there any silver stuff around? Silver for the tech. So
No.
silver for the technocyte, iron for the malediction. I have iron for days, but I don't have any silver. Does anybody have
Hmm.
any silver?
Let me see.
Got a rock.
We don't have a lot of time to waste if we're doing this today, so
Question is, do we think they're a technocyte or a malediction? They could be either. We haven't seen them.
we'll find
Let
out
it
pretty
out.
quickly one way or another.
True. We could just wait and see. One night.
So,
What's this?
what do you do now?
They're
Oh,
doing the sermon basically outside, correct? At night time.
They're in the sanctuary.
They
Yeah,
are doing
well,
a
the
revival ceremony
scheduled
tonight.
thing.
Yes, that is at 9th chime. That'll be
Which
long
is-
after dark.
here's a question.
Suspicious. All
We are
get out.
currently at fifth or sixth chime.
Seventh
Or
chime.
Seventh chime.
We are about to reach
So-
7th, basically, or reaching
Or
7th.
we're about to we're between 7th and 8th chime.
Yes.
Ninth chime
Um,
is right before the sun fully sets into the red, ashy sky. I think we make a crown.
Have his hat.
Lucy is leaving the church, but continuously walking and making sure not to stop to basically be able to sneak by.
As you walk out and start to walk through, you hear, "Are you leaving so soon?" And
Yes.
without your friends?
Coworkers?
Coworkers.
Things to do.
You go to open the doors and they do not open.
Sweet.
Even better.
Oh no.
Oh, is there any silver in the personal effects of the people?
You do not have time right now to go and look.
They're in the basement, and we are
You-
in the main foyer.
Well, you are in the main foyer. Everyone else is still in the rectory.
Fantastic. Even better.
And all at once, all of the candles go out. And this place, because all of the windows are covered by long black tapestries, except the one in the sanctuary, everyone is plunged into darkness. And then you hear, "Did you think, after entering my inner sanctum, that I could allow you to leave?" Um, 1 second. Need to get to. Um, the darkness is filled with the sounds of snapping bones and stretching flesh. The candles return, and you can see their true and horrid form. Their face is featureless, devoid of eyes and mouth. Its torso and arms are stretched further than is possible, and begins to float off the ground and looks down upon you, Lucy Quick. It reaches down and plucks the halo from their robe and hangs it above their head. I suppose it was a matter of time. Don't worry, Venerers. Your life will end here, but my work will not. Look upon it, ye Venerer, and despair. Behold the saint of all lies. And folks, now it's time for a commercial break. Well, Hello, everyone, and welcome back. Welcome to Chapter 3 of our adventure. As you can see, the boss health bar has arrived. It is down there under the backer kit there for our purposes. And we will go ahead and we will get started. So, at this point, the Venerers do not have a lot of time. And so there's been some above the table discussion about like what do we know so we can further identify. So every player is going to get one question. And then I'm going to make them roll a check, and based on how many successes they get as an individual, I will give them as much information as makes sense. That makes sense for everyone? All right. So, we will do that, and then we will talk about how combat works. So, who would like to ask their question first?
I have 2 questions. I'm trying to make it become 1 question. So stuck.
I got a question. All right.
Sure.
With what I know, with what Dame Rivers knows and what she has on hand tool-wise and everything, what do I have that could cause it pain under the idea that we know it is a cyber site and not a malediction?
Okay. So, there's a few things you as a Venerer will naturally know, which is that all monsters generally have a number of things. There are 4 types of major vulnerabilities they have. An attraction, which is a desire or a calling to something. There's a repulsion, or something they are disgusted or ashamed of. There's pain, something that does more damage and hurts them. And then there are influences, things that cut through the barriers in their mind. So the thing is you don't have a lot of information about this. If you would like to know more about what you can discern its conditions are, that'll be a size 3 mental check. However, if you would like an idea on what tools you have that will be most effective, that would be instead of mental, an artifice check.
Okay. Size 3 as well?
Yes.
I would like to use the artifice to see what tools I have that might be effective. I roll a d6 for that. 1 success, 2 success, 2 successes.
Excellent. So one thing that you know is that the rules of their weaknesses, it's pirate rules, more guidelines, right? And so, first of all, the crown thing could mean anything if you folks, like, there's a lot of room there. You don't necessarily have anything on your person that would be particularly good for that part of it. But like if someone had a net or someone had a hat or someone, I don't know, like had a crossbow and put like like something that looked like a crown through it and shot it in the face. All of these things, if Walt came up and walloped it in the head, that could be considered crowning it. There's a lot of those words are really mushy. And so there's a lot of room there that you can play with. However, you do know that so long as you do that, it being shot in the face, you've yet to find something that fares well with getting shot in the face by a dragoon.
Okay, cool. That's what I was hoping.
Take the hat that's in the back.
So because you got a lot of successes, that is all the information that you kind of receive. And I will also say that that information cascades. So it's not like only you know that. The general information are things that everyone kind of also knows. Who would like to go next?
Okay,
guess I
so
have a-
it's go
Oh, go ahead.
No, go.
Mine's more of like a general question about how this usually goes because the hunt section of the book says usually we would do a bunch of research and then call in the Silver Guard. Generally, I know this thing is attacking us, so obviously we need to do something about that. But would our general goal usually be to kill this thing or to like get a bunch of information and get out?
So it depends on the type of Venerer you are. The order that you folks are from, killing this thing was probably top priority, especially because
Okay.
you were in the heart of the city. You don't want this thing to still be here. If like a group of Venators were traveling out somewhere to a faraway place where this thing lives and it's a shitty thing, but it's not actively torturing and murdering people, that's one thing. In this case, killing this thing is top priority.
Cool.
Do you have any in-character questions you would like answered?
I will think about it and
Cool.
let you know.
We will cycle back.
Okay. So, given that we don't have a book or anything that gives us more in depth on the specific species or breeds of wretches, well, I guess that's a question because in the rulebook it explicitly says it alludes reference to a cyber wolf. So presumably we could study and know what cyber wolves are. And what I'm trying to figure out is what is the way that I can discern that this is a creature that maybe I know what type of technocyte it is or cybercyte it is? Have I seen a cybercyte like this before and know anything about its vulnerabilities? Like,
So
what could I discern from the available
technocytes
literature?
and cybercytes are different. You believe that this is a full technocyte. This is not a person who has been changed. This is a creature that was hiding its true form.
Right.
So that much you do know. For everything else, please roll me a size 3 mental check.
I got 1 success. Yes.
Okay.
All I have is D4s.
Considering you're in a church and there's not a lick of silver here, you imagine that is a big one.
Yeah.
You also think that the magic that was created specifically to harm and destroy whatever is going on here was not created by Tiller. It was created by a god who knows what is actually happening at a higher level. So you imagine that magic and things of that more maledict nature would probably, you think that is a repulsion. Because this thing is trying to get rid of all of that knowledge, and you think that its goal is trying to eliminate every malediction as well, and further eradicating them, and think that is part of its reasoning.
Would it be safe to assume that this King of Deception might have some influence over this technocyte?
I mean, it's clearly working for this for the king. Like from the letters that you read and you parsed through, it is clear that this technocyte is working for the King of Deception. In that it is even possible that the title that this technocyte has was granted to it from the being it's working for. And was sent here specifically to do this.
Well, that's influence, pain, and repulsion.
That's what you get for that check.
I wonder if my alchemy scales are silver. What are scales usually made of?
Does anyone else have any other questions you would like to ask before this starts?
How big
Diamond,
did you say
are
it was?
talking, but we can't hear you.
Well, how big is it?
About 15 feet tall or more.
Probably.
It is stretched very large in this space.
Is it lanky or
Very.
like this? Oh, okay. So it probably doesn't have the strength to back up whatever Walt could do to it.
You are unsure. because
unsure.
Could be
because-
magic.
like it's hard without getting your hands in there,
Mhm.
because like some of these beings have strength that are far beyond what it appears.
Yeah, true.
Supernatural brawn.
And that is just shit you know from having literally fought a bunch of these things with an axe
Yeah.
before.
Yeah. I have no idea.
No,
I
that's
have no
fair.
questions.
Ask what it could be attracted to.
Well, wait,
What-
Diamond had one.
Oh, Ren, I want 2 nickels. How many pages do I have left in this book?
So I would like you to roll me a mental check,
Okay.
size 2.
I don't need to grab another dice. I got a 4 and a 2.
From what was described to you, is it will only attack the thing that saw the pages.
Mhm.
So if you look at those last 2 pages, it is not going to fight the saint. It is going to try to murder you. But you could absolutely try and use it the other way.
How many pages are in this book?
A couple hundred.
What? Just a rephrasing on the wording that Tiller gave us. You have to flip through each page.
You have to perceive each
Perceive.
page.
Fantastic. Even better. I still want 2 nickels.
2 nickels.
I still want 2 nickels.
Well, if I go to Gen Con, I'll give you 2 nickels.
I blew up one character. I might try to blow up this one.
Does anyone have anything else?
My axe is not silver, is it? No, it's iron.
It is not.
I have the shredder, but it doesn't tell me what it is.
1 second.
It's the thing that Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles fought.
Right? I'm just like, I have a paper shredder. Like,
So, while I look this up, we are going to talk about what combat looks like in this game. The combat is a little bit different. And so, I'm going to describe what happens, and then we are going to talk about how it works. So, first of all combats do what are called plans and actions. Plan order runs as follows. Brave souls. Anyone who is not a Venerer or the monster. These are civilians who are trapped in the combat. In this case, everyone else is outside. Then we have the monster and then the Venerer. All plans run in that order. Then you have a combined turn. And the way it works is each person describes the thing they want to do. And then we kind of pick an order. The issue is if you roll a 1 or something is changed in what is going on where you cannot do your thing when your step comes, you lose your opportunity. Both give you what are called hesitations. 2 hesitations in a single plan means play passes. So let's say it is the third player's turn and you accrue your second hesitation. No one else gets to go, and play passes immediately to the brave souls. And that is how that works. So to give you just a general bit of advice, and I will try to, as we talk about it, keep your plans general. Don't say, I want to do this specific thing this exact way. I want to do this shaped thing that is the thing that you want. And that is the best way to be successful.
So more, this is the outcome I'm looking for rather than this is the exact action I'll be taking.
Like, I am going to attack this thing.
Yeah.
Versus, I'm going to take this specific item over here and jump off of this to do that. Excellent. So, oh god, shredder. I need to get back to the shredder.
I bet you it's just that tiny little dagger.
It
Probably.
is.
yeah. Fantastic.
It's the knife. Yeah.
It's not.
And the knife is made of.
Probably
stuff.
steel.
Yeah, if it
Iron.
doesn't say otherwise, it's iron or steel.
Aluminum foil.
So it is its turn. Its hands open, and as they widen and the fingers stretch and stretch and stretch, you see blackness begin to emanate from its palms, and it continues to grow and swirl and form, and it fires this at Walt.
All right.
So the way that combat works is each weapon has a size. So this is a size 3 attack.
Okay.
I got a single success. And so that means that it does it would be in this case 1 second. Hold on. Why is
Holding on.
I have to stop closing tabs.
Holding on to dear life.
I am like so excited about this that I'm accidentally closing tabs, and it is killing me.
I do
I
that
think
sort
it's
of thing all
about
the
to kill.
time.
I think it's about to kill me. In all due respect.
Oh no, you're not gonna
Nah.
die. That's
You got
not
this, Walt.
that's not at all how this is gonna go. I guarantee that. So if you look at I gave everybody a GM guide, and on the GM guide it discusses where is it? Where is okay? That's number of strikes. So it is actually on the first page. Limits. So it is going to, in this case, I only got 1 success on 3 dice, so it is going to be 1 damage. Not great. But you have to spend either stamina or armor in order to not become wounded. So on your sheet, it has a list of how much armor and how much stamina you have. Should be for Walt specifically. 5 stamina, 2 armor.
Yeah.
So you have to spend 1 of those to not be mortally wounded, or not dropped from lose 1, because you can only be treated, maimed, and mortally wounded. But it has to burn through all of your armor and all of your stamina first. So.
Okay. I'll go ahead and just, instead of having 5 stamina, have 4 stamina. I don't know what these points are for.
So if you look under limits, it describes what those are.
Oh, right.
And how they can be spent. So if an effect would cost more stamina than you have, you cannot use it. When you do not have stamina or armor to spend, then what happens is bad things. Fierce attacks begin to happen, which do significantly more damage and have generally incredibly nasty effects.
So if I have no stamina, that's what those...
No stamina and no armor, it causes lasting damage.
Understood.
All right. So that is its turn. I rolled like shit. That is what it did. So now it is the player's turn. So now we're going to go through and we're going to talk about what we are doing here. So let's start talking about what actions you want to take. Who wants to go first? And remember, we're just talking. We're making the plan right now. So it's not like you talking first means you are doing it first. You can decide to do it later.
I have a very simple solution. I have a cannon. It's big. I'm gonna fire it.
Okay, cool.
I have 4 feet of string that I feel like could be a crown if you kind of lasso it.
Okay.
If no one has anything better to be a crown.
I mean, his actual hat.
That's right. We have the hat.
The hat,
Halo.
yeah. But we
Or the
can't.
halo.
I like the halo. I like the idea of the shadow of the halo in the window as the sun sets behind it, pushing it into the shadow of it that crowns the head.
You have to crown it.
Right.
Yeah.
If we knock it back into it, right?
It's already kind of standing in the sunlight.
Oh, okay.
So we
I
need to
mean-
crown it.
Yeah, I do have a crossbow. But we can't until we've exploited each vulnerability. So we have to attract, repulse, pain, and influence before we can even do the crown.
You don't have to. It makes it significantly easier to do all of them.
Oh,
Because
Yeah.
so,
interesting. The book says monsters can only be mortally wounded once all vulnerabilities have been exploited at least once.
not all monsters have the above vulnerabilities, and there are ways around it. In this
Okay.
case,
Crowning it.
it is going to be like mortally wounding it and destroying it are different.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hmm.
So we can destroy it even without mortally wounding it.
Yes.
Do we want to
I
try to
see.
open the door of the church where a bunch of people are standing so that it's like, look what the thing is. Look what this church is.
I will remind you
Okay.
that Lucy Quick tried to open the doors and they did
Locked.
not work.
Does somebody have a grappling hook?
I mean,
Yes.
Would somebody like to grapple hook on top of it
Absolutely not. I am small.
and crown it? Crown it with your body.
Small.
I like that. Absolutely not. If we're keen on the idea of opening up the doors, I could do my best to break the cut the doors open.
Oh, I have a lockpick.
I don't think that's a great idea,
If-
No,
personally.
I don't. I agree.
Well, if
Oh.
if the setting sun coming through the window is enough to be in the gaze of the sun, then we don't need to go outside. We only need to get a crown onto its head.
There are people
Or
waiting outside.
gifted.
They could get in the range of attack of this thing.
Yeah, we
True.
only have to gift them a crown too. We don't even technically have to bestow the crown upon them. We could just say crown for poo.
You have to gift them a crown.
Yeah, here's a crown. They don't have to accept it.
That's true.
I have a hat. We can give it my hat.
You could.
would like to get in its not face, but get in range of it and try to hit it as hard as I can with my axe.
Okay, so we have an attack and a shot. That is two of the actions we're going to take in this plan. Locke has stated the thought of trying to use that string and probably that rock to get it lassoed.
I have ember bolts. If I can hit it in the head, I could crown it in flames.
Also an option.
Cool option.
Would you both like to try to attempt that during this plan? In case one
I'll
doesn't
just
work?
say I'm gonna attempt to get something on its head, and we can work out what that looks like.
Cool.
My attempt will be to shoot an ember bolt.
Excellent. Diamond, what would you like to do this plan?
I am going to if we're going with the trying to crown it in flames idea, we can I'm wondering if I can do anything that will make it easier. For major items, can other people use your major items?
Sure. There's no reason you can't.
Fantastic. Vine Point, which is a magic grappling hook, is going to be attached to whoever needs it to be able to get off that shot, to then light it on fire or get it on top of its head. So that's between you guys.
So you're going to work with whoever needs it to be able to assist them in crowning it.
Basically, yes.
Excellent.
To activate it, because it needs to be thrown, and then it basically has a vine that wraps out of it to then pull you with it. So, and it's basically to hand it off to somebody and try to improv it, or improvise, I think was one of the things.
Excellent. So who would like to go first?
I would not like to go first since I said I want to go right up to it and hit it with an axe when there's 2 people shooting at it.
Do you want to try to get the thing around its head, and then I can try to set it on fire? Or if you aren't able to get it around its head, then I can try to shoot it with the grappling hook.
Sure.
Try to give us 2 chances.
Because this thing is looking at Walt, right? I have Hunter, and so if I can just kind of try to get behind it and then do a throw, basically. Just try to throw something at its head.
Okay. So that would put Walt first, or Dame Rivers or Walt first, correct?
No, that would put Locke first.
I thought Locke
Yeah,
was
yeah,
coming behind. Sorry, my mistake.
No,
Okay.
physically
So, sorry,
behind.
I thought it was
Ah.
already, yes, sorry, it's looking at Locke. I'm trying to not get noticed by this thing using Hunter.
Cool. Okay. Then Locke will go first. Okay. So in order to all right, so let's do a size 2 dexterity check.
Dexterity being
Sorry, not dexterity. Physical. Ugh, brain is doing too many things at once.
Okay. Size 2 physical. Ugh, no.
That was
did not
size
do
2.
it.
You rolled 2 dice?
Yes.
Or that okay. Damn. Okay. Then you attempt to throw it on there and it kind of just moves a little bit out of the way. Okay. Next. Fletcher.
I think so.
Well, Diamond, weren't you going to try to assist with that rope thing?
It's whichever one of them wanted to use the rope to basically try to crown this thing. And I think the consensus was to try to give it 2 tries.
Okay.
Okay, I thought Fletcher was using it.
Well, Fletcher was going to use a crossbow, so I think.
Yeah.
Okay.
If you weren't able to use it. But if you want to try to use that assistance and see if that helps.
Yeah, because then I can try to get closer, basically.
Yeah.
Because this thing is what we said, 15 feet tall.
What did you roll?
A 2 and a 3, I think.
A 3 is a success.
No, not a 3. Not a 3.
Oh.
A 2 and a 1.
Oh, okay. So we'll call it that. Using that will actually give you a boon, which allows you to re-roll your 1.
Okay, great. Hey, it's a 4.
Excellent. So you are able to it is like a just completely flat is not the right word. It is lacking all major facial structure. And so you literally just take this little halo of rope and you throw it up and it just rests on its head. You've used the grapple to grapple up to a higher vantage point, perhaps a balcony. And you've caught it with that. So it has now been gifted a crown. Fletcher.
Right.
Yes. I am going to try to set that crown on fire to make sure it stumbles and it still has to get hurt, right? Now that it has a crown, it doesn't just disintegrate.
Yeah, no, you actually have to do the fighting part now.
Yeah. So I'm going to try to set the rope on fire so that it starts to burn and burns the crown into the head. And that, so that is, I'm going to try to take aim.
All right. Go ahead.
What is my strength?
I think it's
size on
artifice
this.
for a ranged attack.
Yes.
Okay, cool. And crossbow is size 2.
So you would roll 2 dice.
And ember bolts gain a boon.
Excellent. So you re-roll A1.
A1?
Yes.
Okay. Well, I got a 4, which explodes for me. and then another 4, which explodes for me,
Mm-hmm.
and then a 1, which I re-roll,
Yep.
and then a 4, which explodes for me,
Oh, that's
and then a
3.
3. So that's 4.
So that's 4 successes.
Oh my gosh.
So you fire this crossbow bolt, and it is not even looking in your direction, because like, so you notice that it seems to be tracking Locke with its head, which
Mhm.
means it does have sight, even though it does not have eyes.
Ooh.
And so it looks up, and you catch it right in the side of the head, and it bursts into flames, and it howls in agony. As a Venerer, there are things that you know that like, things will hurt, right? A monster. But there are things that when you do something that causes it actual pain, that is something that is more serious. And you get the strong feeling that this fire is that.
Lovely.
Um
That's good because I only get 1 ember bolt.
so
Good use.
that was that is a lot of stamina damage. Okay. Yeah. It takes a shit ton of damage. Excellent. Excellent. So it is done. So now we have, so Diamond, you have you handed off, so you assisted. So now we have a shot and an axe.
I would love to take my shot.
Go for it.
So I am shooting with my Dragoon, which is a size 3 blasting. Which means it takes like 2 stamina damage by default if I hit, I think. And where's I use Artifice to fire, it's D6, so that's a 6. A 1. That's a 2. So I hit once.
Okay, but that does 2 flat stamina damage, right?
Yeah, so it's 2 flat no matter what, and then it still has to do something about that last hit.
And it's blasting, right?
Yes, it is blasting. It's just a big old ball of iron.
So anyway, I started blasting.
Boom!
So now's a great time to talk about how. Wait, how does that work? So, hold on.
You're the DM. You're supposed to know how
Oh
it works.
no, I'm aware. I'm aware.
When in doubt, I fire my big gun. It solves problems.
Something that isn't adding up for me. The Dragoon doesn't do 2 stamina damage by default. The way that works is if a fierce attack causes it to lose 2 additional stamina.
Okay, I just didn't see anything regarding like what causes the fierce attack, so I sort of just assumed it was default. But
It
okay.
has to be defenseless in order for that to happen.
Okay. I just wasn't sure because I saw some of those effects had like fierce against modifiers, so like impale. The target can't move, it was guaranteed to activate a fierce attack, so I wasn't sure what applied there, but it makes sense if
Yes.
they're defenseless is the only way for blasting to work that way. Well, no, that doesn't make sense because
Wait, yeah, how could it do stamina damage?
you're out of stamina, you're defenseless.
1 second. Let me actually pull it out of the.
Stamina cannot be
No, it just
spent to
does 2
defend.
stamina.
Yeah,
it's
cannot be
blasting.
spent to defend against fierce attacks. It says.
Yeah, but this isn't a fierce attack.
Oh,
But
never mind.
but it does.
But if it was
still
only
2 stamina.
if it was only against defenseless, that would be pointless because defenseless targets don't have stamina.
So
Blast,
it
yeah.
takes that blast in the chest. And it is 1 normal damage and then 2 stamina for blast, correct?
Yes.
Okay. And you see that it hits it in the chest and there's this like orb of blackness. Oh, it's they pay the stamina or they take the effect. That is how it works. Thank you, Brad. That is how I thought it was. So it hits it and it tanks it as it basically gets melted away in this inky blackness. That is what I thought. That's what I was trying to sort out. Okay. So so you hit it. And it seems like it has this like reactive almost armor that it used to soak the shot instead. Now an axe attack.
Yep. What am I rolling?
Your axe size.
Yes. So you would roll
Size 3.
so
Physical?
and that would be a physical, which is
Alright.
D8s for Walt.
Dang.
Mm-hmm. Let's see.
Beef.
That's a 4. That's an 8. And that's another 4. So 3 successes, one of them being an 8.
So you hit it, and this inky blackness rises up to do that. But you notice that when the first blast there seemed to be a lot of it, but like as you hit it, it seems like you were like kind of cleaving through the blackness a bit. You don't quite hit it, but you can definitely tell that you were wearing it down at this point.
Cool. I have a trait called Warrior, can take an additional action after attacking once per plan. I'm going to attack again.
Yeah, that's what that means.
Let's go.
That's a 6. That's another 6. And that's another 6.
Giant woman.
Damn.
I love it.
Here's the thing about the way defenses work is that you can only spend defenses of one type to soak, and you can only spend if there's enough left. So, it focuses everything it can to not take that damage, and then you reach back and you hit it, and it roars out. It roars so loudly that it hurts your ears in just sheer agony as you strike it. It is defenseless against it. However, it does not have weapons to drop.
It's got its crown.
But you
It's
don't
got
want
its
it to
halo.
No, don't drop that.
You
Don't
want it to
drop
drop that. That's the one thing you don't want it to drop.
Not the crown, it's halo.
Oh, the halo, yes.
That does not
It's not
seem...
really holding it.
No.
No, okay.
But it does kind of like stumble to the ground, and it is maimed.
Also realized that I have something called big, roll an additional die when striking. Was that a strike or?
Those were both strikes, actually.
Let me just, that's a 7 and that's a 2. So
I will soak one. I will do the first one on the first attack.
Yeah.
And I will soak that damage.
yeah, fair enough. Sorry.
No,
I will
it's okay.
make sure I.
No worries. So at this point, Venerers, you're able to kind of identify a few things. It doesn't seem like the fire so much as the light and the light from the sun that is painting it. And so you've affected it with pain. What it's attracted by, it's kind of hard to discern, but fighting it here seems to be doing it. fighting in this place seems to leave it is leaving it reeling. Like, this is a place central to its power and its being, and you attacking it here seems to have it at this point purely panicked. But you have this feeling that there is something missing. We've already discussed what it is, but there's one thing that has not been done. But it is its turn. And it roars, and you see that it spreads its arms, and as it does, its arms move, and you see an after image with each. And you see suddenly it has 5 arms. And it fires at all of you at once with these giant, black, superheated, inky forms. 1, 2, 3 successes. So that is 3, and it is blast. So you either need to defend against 3, or you take the effect of blast and are maimed.
Collectively or each of us?
Each of you.
Oh, jeez.
Woof.
So,
But we
like,
could soak it with our armor.
Armor or stamina, but you have to spend 3 in
Yeah.
one of them to soak.
so if we soak it with our armor, we don't worry about the effect. Is that
You do not take the effect if you soak it with armor. In the same way that because it soaked your shot with armor, it didn't take the blast effect. It works the
Okay.
same way.
okay? Got it.
So, oh, wait. So we either take 3 damage or 2 stamina damage?
So, no, you either take a wound, which is drop
Oh.
it and 2 stamina, or you lose 3 of 1.
Gotcha. Okay.
Because the wounds are the things that will actually kill you.
Right. That's fine. I have armor.
It roars out that you will be purged from this place. And it does it without words. You see it as images in your mind as it roars and howls in pain. And that is its turn.
Okay, I have a crazy idea.
Mm-hmm.
Love
I
it.
have knockback arrows. I want to crash it into the stained glass window and impale it on the glass and give it a sunburn.
You can try.
Is there a way we can make this happen with that and the dragoon? Can
Probably.
dragoon have any knockback effects? Anything bashing? Does anybody have a
I-
bash?
I do. It's the other end.
Yes. Okay.
I have rocks
that
that are
that'll work better than
bashing.
blasting. Yeah.
Are we allowed to do an attack simultaneously?
You
Like
can do a
coordinated?
number of attacks that add up to what you would like it to try to complete in an order.
Like if I shoot a blunt bolt and Walt uses the other end and we just slam it back into the stained glass window.
You can certainly try. Yes.
Okay. Could we do anything that could help increase that success?
So there is something that was brought up earlier that is one of the things that it would be particularly pained by.
Silver.
Not quite.
Oh. The knowledge thing.
Magic.
Magic knowledge.
Mm-hmm.
Does anybody have magic? There's death powder.
I have my death powder, which is definitely magical to some extent.
How many spirits of the people they turned into ink are still around?
You would not know, and also that is not how that
It's-
works.
Damn it.
It's
Yeah,
we're not
yeah.
we're not in the room for it.
So You do have, so we have a bash attack and a blunt arrow attack at the same time as part of this plan.
We do have that book that Lucy's holding on to.
Who else would like to declare their actions for this plan?
Sorry, I'm trying
So
to think
I
about
don't
the magic
have-
thing.
Well, I don't have any skills or anything like that that basically fall into magic,
No.
technically.
But you do have.
But the author said that that the spell in it is from a different god, correct? The god of creation.
A god of creation, yes, that is
Is
true.
it a god of creation or the god of creation?
There are several.
Cool. So technically, could I improv by praying on this book in the temple of another false god?
You can do that.
What if you read the book out loud? Because it's a spell. Just read the pages you've already read. Don't read more of it.
But
Or
the
do.
spell only works if it's someone who you have to. The spell
Right,
activates
but if
by
it's
you
the-
reading them.
The
Right,
spell in
but
the
if
book.
it's the magic vibes we're trying to get for a
But the spell attacks the person who's read the entirety of it.
Who's perceived
seen
all the
entirety of
pages.
it.
right,
You have
but
to
if
see
if
all of the pages. Like if
Yeah.
there's a case where we can take where you would have taken the book with you whenever you went to the balcony and then torn out all the pages and dropped them in front of the monster. That's
No, I was
reading
just
the
thinking
pages.
if magic was happening around this thing. Like if is it building? Is it magic happening around it that's just going to kind of like be another kill condition?
Generally, kill conditions are like it has to be wounded by.
Gotcha. Okay.
Perceive every page, verso and recto, or just every sheet of paper within the book? Because we could just chop the spine off, chop the pages, throw the pages, and close our eyes.
15 feet tall.
Yeah, it could see all of it. It could see the whole damn room.
It doesn't have eyes.
It doesn't need eyes. It
Doesn't
can perceive us.
It doesn't have
eyes, but it can. It does fully perceive.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm down with cutting that shit in not half, but like from the spine.
Cleave the spine off, throw the books, close your eyes, and pray. Literally, if you want.
Is that the plan?
Is that the plan?
I'm happy.
I'm down for this if everyone else is.
I kind of want to rip down like the biggest because they put up like big black curtains to like
Yes.
block
Yeah.
a bunch of the color, and there's I want to pull off just the biggest one that I can basically and just rip it down.
Cool. So, Dame Rivers is going to pull one of those down. We have like a joint action of cutting the pages out of the book from Walt with the axe, I assume.
Yeah.
And then a hope and a prayer and throwing the pages by Lucy Quick. Is that right, Diamond? Okay. And then lock.
I'll kind of wait and either I'm going to do like some sort of standard attack on this thing at the end. So either helping with the pushing or just shooting it, whatever is best when we get to that point of the plan.
Fair enough.
Here's a question. Would cutting the spine be a strike on the book, or
You are expert monster hunters. You fight
Destroying the
giant,
library book.
horrible monsters for a living.
Yeah.
I think you, a person who uses this axe for work and pleasure, can cut a book. I'm not going to make you roll for that. That's not.
no. It was more so for can take an additional action.
Oh
like,
yeah,
if-
sure.
if
That's
we're- if-
fine. Yeah.
If we're worried about the height, I could also throw Lucy Quick up with the pages that were ripped, so that way they could get additional height to throw the pages, if that is something that we want to do.
Lucy, would you like to be yoked?
Is fall damage a thing in this system?
I mean,
I could catch you.
not at any reasonable height you would be reached by being thrown by another person.
You're acrobatic.
Yeah.
Technically. Sure.
Okay. So it sounds like Dame Rivers will be the first. That's going to be a size 1 strength check. Physical. Pull that thing.
Size 1 strength.
Yeah. It's not
All right.
hard.
I can do this.
Oh,
can
my
do
action
this.
was screaming, use the book.
Oh, fair.
Yeah, I don't think I have to do
All
anything
right, I got
else.
1 success.
Okay. You got 1 success. Excellent. Fletcher screams, use the book. Walt and Lucy quick. Walt cuts the spine. He like literally puts on the book, slices it perfectly down the spine. Lucy grabs the pages. Walt grabs Lucy. Walt, please roll me a size 1 physical check to throw this person that does not mind being thrown, and take a blessing as well.
Oh, a blessing.
A
What's
boon?
the blessing?
If you roll a 1, roll again.
Oh, a boon.
Or
Oh,
boom,
only
sorry.
only a
Yes.
1?
Yes.
Okay, because I rolled a 2.
Okay. You don't get a lot of height, but you do kind of get in that
Yeah.
direction. So now, Lucy, I would like you to. So you're throwing these pages, and there's not really a role for throwing pages. However, I'm gonna have you roll the luck roll.
Uh-huh.
So you're gonna roll a d8 versus the Saint's luck. Let me actually pull that. Make sure I have that in front of me here. Okay. So the Saint's luck is low. So you were looking for high. You throw
Okay.
the pages, roll a d8.
Does it matter what my luck is?
No, not for
Okay.
this. Because it's happening to them, not you.
8, 5.
That's high.
The pages leave your hand. And as they do, the edges are gilded in gold. And you hear a whisper that says, "This will make an excellent story." In the pages, you feel this gust of wind that blows at your back, and it carries the pages forward. And the Saint looks down at you and goes to bring a hand forward. And as it does, you see, coming from the pages, a creature. It comes out as a little folded beak that comes to a point and goes down, and it looks like a paper crane that is leaving these pages, with its legs appearing as these giant taloned razor sharp claws. And it jumps forward with these claws, and it grabs the Saint by the chest and just starts shredding. That black ichor that it was once using to attack begins to just spill out of this thing as it fully collapses backwards onto the altar. And this thing standing over it just starts pecking at its face and tearing at its chest until the arms of the Saint go limp. And it just lays folded over. And in that moment, the little head on the bird just goes and looks back at you. And just a plume of red starts at its nose. And this fire just rolls through it. It looks painless. It looks effortless. And it just leaves this incredibly faint ash behind as it dissipates into nothing. you finally can hear that there's a cacophony outside, and the doors open, and the brothers are like, what is going? Oh my God, as this technocyte is laid splayed out. And now you can see it. The metal of its ribs being pulled and ripped in different directions. And all of the deacons that are at the door just go, oh my God. That's the mixed superior's clones.
Yeah, time for a new religion. I'm gonna put the bed, like the cloth over the body.
And
It
burn
doesn't.
those books.
It does not take long for word to travel, and the priesthood folds overnight. Um, the deacons, no longer wearing their robes, pull down the banners, and they do the painstaking work of restoring the church to its previous glory. They aren't sure who's going to end up taking over after it, but they did not want to leave this way. Um, the books you all burn and destroy. And Tiller um, leaves Mournwraith to return to the keep to be a Venerer again. To act as a keeper, to go back to that work, feeling that it's an atonement for what he's done. Because while it was for a good reason, and yes, just defeating a Technocyte is important, an innocent man died for it. And that is something that he will have to work on until he feels better. As for you all, a Technocyte has been defeated, but it still leaves questions. What or who is the King of Deception? What other machinations is it causing? And how will you find it? But that is for another day, because that's game, folks.
Yay.
Woo!
That was
was
so
awesome.
fun.
So thank you folks so much. I will say that this adventure, when I first read the information on the book, I was asked to run games for this at PAX. Inspiration struck me, and this is what I came up with. And I ran it at PAX, and it might be some of my best work in TTRPG, and I'm very honored to share this with all of you and with you folks, this wonderful cast. Matt, who owns this channel and is helping running production right now, thank you so much. And a reminder that if you had fun doing this, not just this adventure, in all of the things that they did not get a chance to see, because I don't know, any options that they had where they went somewhere else, they could have gone back to the church and seen other things. There's all sorts of stuff that they don't know about. And you can have all of that, plus the two other adventures. And if you can bring the image up again, I'd appreciate it. To the adventure that I am writing and have wrote, to Redeem All Lies, which is the full 3-hunt adventure that takes you through this and 2 more adventures, are going to be available to anyone that has a physical copy of the book from the backer kit. And if you come and see me at a con with a copy, I will personally sign it. It would be my personal honor to do so. So please,
Understood.
if you thought this was cool, go to backer kit, put your name on it, and get a copy and make it happen. We're gonna go through and we're gonna do like a brief thank you to everyone who is here, so they can tell you where to follow them or learn more about them if they'd like. Or for those who don't do that type of social, just like a parting thought, a thing go for it. We will start with Madness Diamond, please.
I'm Madness Diamond, and since we're friends now, you can call me Diamond. I use they, she pronouns. You can find me everywhere at Madness Diamond. Beacons.ai/Madness Diamond has all of my links to all the places you can find me. I will be at Gen Con. I'll be doing a combination of either helping out in game rooms and or running live shows, or just running around and saying hi to people. So if you see me, say hi. I'm very nice sometimes. And you can find me where you can find me. I don't do APs very often, but I will also be here next week.
Yeah, that's the other announcement. We're gonna talk about that in a second. Next up, Brittany.
Hi, I'm Brittany. I'm wrong_Brittany everywhere. Instagram, Blue Sky. Blue Sky's mostly hockey opinions, so if you don't want that, don't go there. And I will also be back next week.
God, excellent hockey opinions. I also sent you a reel earlier you need to watch. Anyway,
And if you
moving
send me
on.
reels, I watch them once every 3 weeks, so I'm really sorry. I get a backlog.
Oh, that's fine. I don't care. Next, let's go to Joan.
Hi, I'm Joan, she, her. Trying to get the name Captain Jonifer out there on Blue Sky and other things. But yeah, I want to try to start doing like streams and whatnot. But yeah, I'm so incredibly excited and honored that I'm here to actual play with Ren.
Thank you for being here. It means the world to me that you're here. Let's go to Gwen.
Hi, I'm Gwen. Everything was so good. I did post my socials in the Twitch chat with Lady Gwen. I am Lady Gwen on Twitch, Lady Gwen with an E on Twitter, G Duff on Blue Sky, Guinevere MM on Instagram. I don't use them often, but if I get messages, I try to respond. But it was a blast.
Thank you. Ree.
I'm Richie, again, she, her. I don't do social media because it sends my brain to the bad place, but you're welcome to reach out to me on Discord at Richie, RHICHI. Thank you for my first all play adventure or actual play adventure. Hopefully this won't be my last. Yay!
You are all here on Mimics and Misfits. Thank you. Big shout out to Matt for being willing to host this AP and being willing to host my next one, which is next week. I'm running a module on Duality, which is the super cool game that Matt wrote, and I'm gonna be running a cyberpunk meets high fantasy dungeon crawl adventure, which is going to be a ton of fun. I'm really excited about. And also next week there's going to be a differenter announcement, so be there or be rectangular. I don't know. But I will say, just to kind of like sign off here, I want to thank each and every one of you. I have been writing in some way, shape, or form since I was maybe 8. And being published is big dream life shit for me. So thank you all for being a part of that dream for me. It means the world to me. I can be found as Renowned, WRENOUND, on all social medias that matter, which does not include X, because Jesus Christ. But you can also find me at renowned.card.co. That has all of my shit. I will definitely be at PAX Unplugged this year. I might be at Gen Con. We'll see. But until then, and until next time, take care of yourselves, take care of each other. Because if you're not, who the fuck's gonna? See y'all next week. Bye.